Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 591 to 610. At this time, the injured old man had just woken up. He was lying on the ground and just happened to see the scene of the white-clothed Su-Ran descending from the sky. He was shocked, thinking that he had seen an immortal. Oh my, they all say that there are immortals in the deep mountain. I actually met one. Shu Ziyi's eyes were wide open, and his mouth formed an O shape. Su-Ran landed lightly on the ground, and when he noticed his line of sight, he looked at him indifferently. With this glance, he not only frowned, but he also stepped forward and stared at the old man's wrinkled face for a long time. Shu Ziyi swallowed his saliva nervously. When he made eye contact with the questioning eyes of the immortal in white, he couldn't help but sigh. Immortals are indeed immortals. All of my disguises are useless in the other party's keen eyes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something flashed past his eyes and he felt a sudden pain on his face. The words, "sure enough," appeared within Shu Ziyi's mind. Wow, it's the legendary human skin mask. A voice that was as crisp as an oriole coming out of a valley sounded above his head, and then a face as delicate as a fairy's appeared in front of him. Wow, it was indeed true that the immortals and fairies in the mountains lived together harmoniously. Yu Xiaoxiao was both surprised and curious in her heart. She took the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings in Su-Ran's hands. The texture of the lines on the skin was very apparent, and even the long, white beard seemed to have grown out naturally from the mask. No wonder that she didn't notice anything despite examining his injuries for so long. "Sir Su, how did you know that his face was fake?" Yu Xiaoxiao examined the mask over and over again, but still didn't see any flaws. Before Su-Ran could reply, Zhu Junyang had interjected, "Even for twins, everyone's face shape, facial bones and facial muscles can't be exactly the same. No matter how delicately made the masks are, it's still hard to perfectly fit the skin. However, this mask can be regarded as the product of a master craftsman. If I hadn't noticed that the skin on his body was different from his face when I was applying medicine on him earlier, I would have really been fooled. So you also noticed that there was something wrong with him, ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao curiously tried to put the mask on her own face. Zhu Junyang didn't want the last to have close contact with something that another man had worn, so he hastily scared her. In order to be delicate and realistic, many human skin masks are peeled off directly from the faces of living people, and then processed. Whoa, sh*t. Yu Xiaoxiao was disgusted by his description. She immediately threw the mask in her hands away, as if it was a hot potato. Su-Ran caught it with his empty hand. "Skinning people alive, this guy is definitely a bad guy. Didn't all the good medicine that I just gave him ended up being fed to a dog?" Yu Xiaoxiao wiped her hands, which just held the mask, on the back of Zhu Junyang's black clothes. If there was water nearby, she would certainly rush over to wash her hands until a layer of skin fell off. Hey, before the court convicts someone, he must be brought to trial first. You guys are just making up an unjust and fake case. Shu Ziyi propped himself up with one hand and slowly sat up from the ground while he covered his injured ribs with his other hand. He checked his own pulse and felt as if there was something repairing him. He found that his internal injury, which was quite serious, seemed to be 30% healed. Then he looked at the wound on his arm. The small scratches had already formed scabs and the bigger wounds had already stopped bleeding. Shu Ziyi had a somewhat eccentric personality, but after hearing their conversation just now, there was no way that he hadn't realized that he was just imagining things. How could there be immortals and fairies? They were just experts with deceptive looks. Ahem, of course, the so-called experts that he mentioned also included the young maiden with an innocent expression. But, according to her words, were his injuries healed by her medicine? Also, although the technique wasn't very professional, the broken bone on his leg had indeed been straightened and secured with 2 wooden sticks. However, he wouldn't complain too much about her technique. He was mostly curious about what kind of medicine the young girl used. It was actually even more effective than the medicine made personally by his grandfather, who was the master of medicine King Valley. Shu Ziyi hadn't expected that during the brief moment he was in a daze, he would be accused of the evil crime of skinning people alive. What a joke. He was the dignified heir of Medicine King Valley who was known respectfully as Divine Physician, in the Zhonghu and a genius in making medicine and medical studies. There was no way that he was going to accept this false accusation. There's solid evidence here, so what more can you say? Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the mask in Su Ran's hands with a look of disgust. She didn't want to touch it at all. The apparent look in her eyes made it seem like he was a heinous person, which made Xu Zi so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Xu Zi gently rubbed his chest, which felt painfully stuffy. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a sudden surge in his chest and spitted out a mouthful of fishy liquid, leaving dark red marks on the ground. The stuffy feeling in his chest had disappeared and his whole body had relaxed much more. However, he pointed at the blood that he spit out in a frivolous manner and accusingly complained to the innocent-looking girl, "Look. I spat out blood because of you. How are you going to compensate me?" Yu Xiaoxiao curled up his lips, tsked, and said, "Are you trying to fool a child? That's clearly the extravasated blood from your internal injury. This proves that the medicine that I just gave you has worked. As a doctor, you don't even understand this. Are you a quack?" The young master of medicine King Valley, who was ranked within the top 3 in terms of medical skills, was actually called a quack by a young girl. Xu Zi didn't know whether he should be angry or amused. "Young lass, when I started studying medicine, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms." He took in a deep breath and became even more convinced that the medicine that he took when he was unconscious was a sacred product of medicine. He couldn't help but ask, "Lass, what medicine did you give me earlier? Do you have any more? Can you show me? Why should I tell a bad guy like you? You still haven't honestly explained the matter of the human skin mask." Like an angry kitten, Yu Xiaoxiao glared at the handsome young man with her big almond-shaped eyes. This annoying guy, who's still drinking milk in her mother's arms. You're not much older than this maiden, okay. If Xu Zi knew her inner thoughts, he would definitely be amused and annoyed. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have a baby face. He was almost 30 years old, yet he still looked like a beardless young man who was too immature to handle important matters. Hence, when he went out to see patients, he had to wear a mask and pretend to be mysterious. He hadn't expected that this mask would cause such trouble for him. Does a human skin mask have to be made with human skin? Can you have some common sense? Xu Zi glared at the handsome man in black, who had an indifferent expression on his face and was acting as if nothing had happened. His troubles were all caused by this guy's slanderous words. Yu Xiaoxiao had a "stop making excuses" expression on her face as she said, "If it's not made with human skin, then why is it called human skin mask? Say it. Do you guys also make human skin lanterns, and so on?" Yu Xiaoxiao got goosebumps from her own words. She couldn't help but rub her own arms and move closer to Zhu Junyang. "Little lass, aren't your imaginations too wild? This isn't some ghost story, so why would I need a human skin lantern?" Xu Zi was dumbfounded. It was true that a tiger who went down the mountains would be bullied by dogs. As the respectable, divine physician, who wouldn't give him some face in the Zhonghu? Now he was being questioned unreasonably again and again by a young girl. Who did he offend? Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes several times and said with rich imaginations, "Who knows what you're going to do with a human skin lantern? Evil organizations like yours do all sorts of bad things. You people purposely do things that are ridiculous and harmful to others. I'm being wronged. What great injustice. How come I didn't know that Medicine King Valley had turned into an evil sect that specializes in doing bad things?" Xu Zi felt like a scholar who had met a soldier. They couldn't communicate with each other. "Medicine King Valley, you're really backed by a Zhonghu sect?" With a "you've been caught by me" expression on her face, Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly said, "Is Medicine King Valley the kind of sect that specializes in making all kinds of poisonous and malicious drugs? For example, the bone dispersion powder, that can turn people into a puddle of dead water when exposed to one's skin, or the aging in a flick of the fingers, that makes people grow old instantly. Another example is the colorless and tasteless 7-step heartbreak powder, which can kill people in 7 steps. There's also the crazy laughter, that causes people to laugh until they die." Hearing the young girl's nonsensical words, Zhu Junyang and Su Ran looked at her with a gaze full of helplessness, shock, and powerlessness. Shu Zi, on the other hand, looked very excited and acted crazy with her. The bone dispersion powder you mentioned sounds very vicious. Quickly tell me, what happened? Did you see someone using the bone dispersion powder? Also, that aging in a flick of the fingers, is there an antidote for it? If there is, can you give me one so that I don't have to cover my face with a mask every day? Don't act funny with me. Stop trying to change the topic. Right now, we're interrogating you about this human skin mask. Why are you talking about all these irrelevant things? As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao heard the word mask, she immediately continued to interrogate him in a serious manner. Say it. Which pitiful old man's face did you peel off to get this human skin mask? Shu Zi rolled his eyes at the sky. Who was the one who changed the topic? After drawing out his curiosity, the last shifted back to the topic of human skin masks. This caused his curious heart to be suspended in midair, which felt very uncomfortable. This mask was made from the silk of the silkworms raised in Medicine King Valley. It's breathable and realistic. The beard on the mask is from a goat's beard. It can't be said that there are no such things as peeling off human skins to make masks in the Zhonghu, but our Medicine King Valley has always been proud and confident in our status. We won't do such cruel things, Iya. It's useless to tell you, noble young masters and maiden, the matters of the Zhonghu. I don't care if you guys believe me or not. Shu Zi expressed his helplessness and had a go for broke expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao turned around fiercely and glared at Zhu Junyang. He had misled her and caused her to be embarrassed in front of a stranger. She took the realistic-looking mask, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, and carefully stroked the lines on the mask with her hands. It actually felt the same as the texture of one's skin. Even the so-called goatee on the mask was flawless. How many of these human skin masks do you have? Are there any suitable for a girl to wear? I want to buy it from you. Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to buy a mask to wear. She could go out to play in disguise or scare her close friends. It seemed like a very cool idea. With a helpless expression on his face, Shu Zi sighed and said, the more exquisite the mask is, the more difficult it is to make it. Not to mention the rare and fine materials used for the masks to ensure that others won't be able to see the flaws, but it might also take over a year to make a mask based on the bone structure and expression of a person's face. I was afraid that people would question my medical skills because of my young face, so I asked a master craftsman in the valley to make a mask for me. This one isn't considered a superior quality, otherwise, this brother wouldn't have seen through it with one glance. You're wrong. The most top-quality human skin mask is one that can be worn by anyone and won't be seen through. Su Ran looked at the mask. Like the person in front of him said, it indeed could only be considered an ordinary mask that was capable of fooling ordinary people. But it would be very difficult to fool experienced people in the Zhonghu. Shu Zi was very surprised at this person's familiarity with the affairs of the Zhonghu. He continued, the mask that you mentioned can only be made by heavenly mechanic. It's a pity that the old gentleman passed away a long time ago. All the masks he made were burned before he died, lest they fall into the hands of the bad guys and be used to do evil, and thus ruining the old gentleman's reputation. All burned? Not necessarily. Seeing that Xiaoxiao had lost interest in the mask, Su Ran decided to return it to the owner. After all, Medicine King Valley had a good reputation in the Zhonghu. There were many talented people in the sect, especially in terms of medical skills. It was possible that they might need their help in the future, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. Shu Zi took the mask and casually stuffed it into his chest pocket. Then he nodded his head and said, I also think that the old gentleman's manuscripts should still exist somewhere in the Zhonghu, but no one would easily show such a treasure. Su Ran lifted his eyebrows but didn't say anything more. He handed the ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief to Xiaoxiao. Since they came down the cliff, the little kitten had been eyeing him, as if it was guarding against him from taking the 1,000-year ginseng. He wasn't so greedy as to ruin his own reputation for a mere 1,000-year ginseng. Over the years, his subordinates had offered him countless good items as a show of respect. Thus, even a rare old ginseng might not catch his eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao uncovered the handkerchief and casually glanced at the ginseng inside, revealing a money-grubber smile. She took out a wooden box from the medicine box and put the handkerchief-wrapped ginseng inside. Shu Zi, who had a nose that was comparable to a dog's, gently sniffled his nose as he anxiously watched her put the ginseng that caused him to fall off the cliff into her medicine box. "You're using an ordinary wooden box to store the 1,000-year ginseng. Isn't that too careless? Treasures like this must be stored in jade boxes. Otherwise, they would lose their medicinal properties." Although he knew that he wasn't fated to obtain this ginseng, Shu Zi couldn't help but remind her. Before Yu Xiaoxiao stored medicinal herbs, she would have the little divine stone use its magic on them in advance. The little divine stone would cover the medicinal herbs with a layer of spiritual energy. Not only did it prevent the medical properties from dispersing, but it could also enhance its effects. But this was a secret that couldn't be known by others. Her eyes shifted around, and then she bent down and looked at Shu Zi with a smile, saying, "So you have a jade box, ah? Let me borrow it." "Why should I?" Shu Zi had originally planned on lending her a jade box, but when he saw her forceful and self-confident manner, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Because I'm your life savior, ah." Yu Xiaoxiao had a matter-of-course expression on her face. "Don't you, noble and righteous sects, repay a drop of water with a spring of water. I won't make you repay the favor of saving your life. Let's consider you giving me a few jade boxes as a show of gratitude for my kindness. How about that?" It turned out that his status as the heir of Medicine King Valley was only worth a few jade boxes. Shu Zi didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. There's also the saying, "Bestow favors without expecting repayments for upright gentlemen in the Jianghu." What do you think about that? Shu Zi suddenly thought that it was quite interesting to argue with this little lass. That's something people in the Jianghu says, and I'm not someone from the Jianghu. Moreover, I don't want to be an upright gentleman. I just want to be a quiet and cute young lady. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face became even broader as she roasted in her heart. Don't people say that people of the Jianghu are vigorous and unrestrained, and spend money recklessly? Why is this guy such a miser? He's not even willing to give away a few jade boxes. Shu Zi was rendered speechless by her. He took in a deep breath and waved his hand as he said, "The jade boxes are in my medicine box. I don't know if they have been broken from the fall. I'm injured, so please get it yourself. I'm too unlucky today. I finally found a 1,000-year ginseng, but I got hurt because I didn't take precautions against the beast that was guarding it. I fell off the cliff and almost died, yet the 1,000-year ginseng ended up in others' hands. You fell down because you were trying to get this ginseng." Yu Xiaoxiao searched through the medicine box that Zhu Junyang picked up for her, and as expected, found several jade boxes of different sizes. This medicine box must have hung on a branch when it fell. There wasn't any damage to the things inside, and the jade boxes were perfectly fine. That's right. Shu Zi lifelessly pointed at the poisonous snake not too far away that was thicker than Xiaoxiao's arm. Although it was already dismembered, it looked quite frightening. At least Xiaoxiao felt the hairs on her body all rise up. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, "It seems like we picked up a great benefit. Should we share half the ginseng with you? 1,000-year ginseng may be rare, but there was no shortage of stock in Medicine King Valley's well-stocked storehouse." Shu Zi was more curious about what kind of internal injury medicine she gave him. It had such a miraculous effect. "No thanks, but if you feel bad about it, then you can give me another medicinal pill. I still feel some pain in my chest, which should be an indication that my internal injury isn't completely healed." A hint of craftiness flashed through Shu Zi's eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao put the ginseng into the jade box and carefully placed it in her own medicine box. When she heard his words, she looked at him with a spurious smile and said, "I don't feel sorry at all. Cherish precious herbs, and those who are destined will get it. Although you were the first to discover this ginseng, we were the ones who ended picking it. It can only be said that you're not fated to obtain this ginseng." Shu Zi nearly vomited blood. This lass was really good at irritating people. In comparison, his arrogant younger sister was much cuter. "Even if you disregard the fact that I helped you deal with the poisonous snake, can't you help me to the end and give me another medicinal pill?" Shu Zi desperately wanted to get his hands on the holy medicine for injuries. With his keen eyes and familiarity with the properties of medicine, he should be able to figure out the ingredients and develop the prescription. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at him and snorted, "Stop pretending. The dead can be brought back to life with just one pill of the holy medicine passed down by my ancestors. What's more, sacred medicines like this will decrease with each usage. My ancestors had only passed down 3 pills. My heart is already aching after wasting one on you, a complete stranger. Do you think that I will be so foolish as to let you trick me into giving you another one? Tisk, why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out that this young master's trick to appear pitiful just made myself look like a clown. Your eyes. Shu Zi quietly told himself inwardly, don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, since you worked so hard in your performance, this maiden will reward you with a bottle of wound balm. Don't underestimate this wound balm. It's used by the Imperial Army and its effect is 10 times better than normal wound medications. The effects of the enhanced wound balm had been strengthened by spiritual energy, but its ingredients were not much different than ordinary wound medications. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of others wanting to get their hands on it. Shu Zi had also heard of the wound balms provided by the Imperial Army. He had long wanted to bring a couple bottles back to study it. However, there was a gentleman's agreement between Medicine King Valley and the Imperial Court. Thus, it was difficult for him to make a rash action. This wasn't bad either. Even if he couldn't get the internal injury medication, it was also good to get a bottle of wound balm. Thank you very much then. After all, Shu Zi hadn't completely recovered from his serious injury. After squabbling with Xiaoxiao for so long, he couldn't support himself anymore and leaned weakly against a rock. His somewhat young-looking baby face was ghastly pale. Master, we finally caught up with you guys. Hu Xiaoliang and the 2 maid-servants, Chunhua and Chushi, finally caught up to their masters. They sat down on a stone and gasped for their breath. Zhu Junyang had long been upset that his lass's attention had been taken by another man. Without waiting for Hu Xiaoliang to catch his breath, he ordered, this gentleman's leg is injured. Go make a stretcher with Chushi, and then carry him back to the village to recuperate. Ah, weren't they going to hunt for bears and tigers? Hu Xiaoliang cried in his heart, and then looked towards Shu Zi with a bit of resentment. Don't cry anymore, we're going to return in 2 days. Remember that this gentleman's ribs and leg are injured, so he shouldn't be moved carelessly. Be careful when lifting him up. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Yu Xiaoxiao casually advised. Just as she finished speaking, she was pulled away by the vinegar jar, Zhu Junyang. In the past few days, you have gotten a good harvest of medicinal herbs. The winter arrives earlier at the northern borders, but you didn't bring much thick clothing. This prince will hunt some furs for you to bring back to make clothes. Zhu Junyang took her to the deep mountains. Su Ran followed them with a knowing expression, leaving behind Shu Zi, who had a sad expression on his face as if he had been abandoned by them. You actually have a discontented look on your face. I'm the one who should be discontented. I came out to have fun with my master, but now I have to do hard labor. Hu Xiaoliang pulled a long face and grumbled angrily. Chunhua, the only one who wasn't called on, looked at them with a helpless gaze. Then she hurriedly followed her master and protected her closely. In the following days, both Yu Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang were very satisfied with their harvest. Yu Xiaoxiao's medicine box was almost stuffed full. In addition to the old ginsengs and reishi mushrooms, there were also quite a lot of valuable medicinal herbs such as Gastrodia elata, acanthopanax root, Chinese gentian root, 5-flavor berry, pine leaf, and so on. She collected everything that she wanted in her medicine box. Now, the full medicine box was being carried by Chunhua. The box was quite heavy, and thus no longer something that her thin, weak shoulders could bear. As for Zhu Junyang, he was hung up on getting furs. Speaking of furs, she had to mention the mink fur. The 3 treasures of the northeast were ginseng, mink fur, and Carex myriana sedge. As one of the 3 treasures of the northeast, mink fur was known as the king of furs. Mink fur belonged in the category of fine furs. It had excellent quality pelts and was soft and sturdy. The dense fur also had a lustrous color. Fur garments made of it were graceful and luxurious, and thus it was loved by the noblewomen in the capital. However, no matter if it was the sable, ferret, or marten, the colors of their furs were too decorous. It was only suitable for the older noblewomen. If a young girl like Xiaoxiao wore it, she would appear old-fashioned. But that was okay. Zhu Junyang had found a kind of ferret in the forest with pure, snow-white fur. If his lass wore it, she would definitely look very cute. As a result, the nightmare of the ferrets in the forest had begun. In particular, the larger male ferrets with fuller furs were almost completely wiped out. Had Xiao Xiao not stopped him, the ferrets in the forest would have been hunted to extinction by Zhu Junyang. Looking at the pile of snow-white fur, Yu Xiaoxiao felt an apologetic sense of guilt. Zhu Junyang couldn't understand her feelings. In his opinion, the value of game was either to be used as food or their fur. There was no need for compassion. In addition to minks, he also hunted a lot of silver foxes, black foxes, and red foxes. Zhu Junyang still wasn't satisfied because the purpose of this trip was to hunt tigers and black bears. But, after wandering in the mountain for several days, they didn't even encounter a single beast. This was a very lucky thing for other hunters, but in Zhu Junyang's eyes, it had become bad luck. He swept his slightly resentful eyes towards the black and white figures, who were guarding Xiao Xiao step by step. Perhaps it was to prevent unnecessary trouble and affect her mood of collecting medicinal herbs, but after they entered the mountains, Xiao Xiao had the two display their imposing force, which scared away many beasts. Sometimes, they had clearly entered the territory of some fierce beast, but the two giant wolves, Little Black and Little White, had been raised with mystic stone water and emitted a powerful force. Even a fierce tiger wasn't a match for them and would avoid confronting them. Who would dare come out to touch their tiger whiskers? When they decided to leave the mountains, Zhu Junyang suggested to the last to have the two wolves restrain themselves a bit. In this way, he might be able to get a tiger pelt mattress or bear fur blanket for her. Xiao Xiao patted the heads of the two little fellows and let them go hunting freely in the mountains. She also reminded them to be careful. If they encountered a beast that they couldn't beat, they should run away and avoid getting hurt. Zhu Junyang rolled his eyes in his heart. When the two wolves were together, he reckoned that it was impossible to find anyone who could harm them in the human realm. They would have to search for one among the demonic beasts in the celestial realm. The two black and white figures charged into the mountains like dragons entering the sea. Little Black was focused on medicinal herbs. During the past few days, its master had collected a lot of good herbs and it could also recognize the smell of several herbs. Every time it saw one, it would dig it out with its paws and bring it back to its master to get credit for its accomplishment. Little White, on the other hand, was inspired by Zhu Junyang and ran deeper into the mountains to find animals with lustrous, dense fur. After a few trials, it had developed a skill to bite the prey's neck without damaging its fur. At this time, the furs it hunted back were mostly intact. Under this out-of-control situation, Xiao Xiao's luggage had seriously exceeded the standard weight on the way back. In addition to the few boxes of medicinal herbs she collected herself, there were piles of precious tanned furs. They really couldn't carry them all back, so with no other choice, they bought 2 carriages from the nearby town to transport the furs back. Xiao Xiao jokingly thought, I can open a fur shop when I get back to the capital. When they came out of the mountains, they didn't return on the same route. Instead, they opened up a new path. They had taken a longer detour, so they returned a few days later than expected. As dusk approached on this day, one could look through the dense branches and leaves and vaguely catch a glimpse of the red clouds in the sky. The forest, which wasn't very bright originally, had gradually dimmed. Zhu Junyang found a dry cave in the mountains not too far away. They worked together to clean the rocks and dead branches inside, and then smoked the cave with herbs to prevent the appearance of poisonous snakes and insects. With Chunhua, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up some dead branches nearby to be used as firewood and made a fire in the cave. After getting a jug of water from the nearby mountain stream, they boiled it on the fire and made a cup of herbal tea for everyone. With a light fragrance of medicinal herbs, one would have a warm feeling when drinking the tea. It helped drive all the fatigue on one's body. Although they were in the deep mountains these past few days, they had the master chef, Xiao Xiao, with them. Therefore, they didn't have to suffer in terms of food. If others saw them right now, they would have thought that they had come to play instead of hunting in the mountains. I'll go around and see if I can hunt a hazel grouse. Zhu Junyang knew that the lass loved to drink fresh and richly flavored hazel grouse soup. In the past, Little White was responsible for hunting the hazel grouse, but this fellow wasn't doing its job, these past few days. They hadn't eaten hazel grow's meat for 2 to 3 days. Yu Xiaoxiao agreed with his suggestion. The meat of a hazel grouse was white, tender, and nutritious. No matter if it was roasted or used to make soup, it was a rare delicacy. In her past life, hazel grouse had become an endangered species and was listed as a protected animal. Thus, she had no chance to try the delicious taste of the hazel grouse. In this life, she had satisfied her desire for good food. Lass, little black and little white aren't here, so don't casually wander around. If you want to go out, you must have Chunhua accompany you. Chief Steward Su, I must trouble you to take care of her. After they entered the deep mountains, Zhu Junyang had turned into a loyal knight, never leaving Xiaoxiao's side. If he needed to leave, he would warn her repeatedly, lest the bold little lass unknowingly get herself into a dangerous situation again. Just go. I'm seriously tired of hearing you say that. Am I someone who would leave the lass in a dangerous situation? A hint of impatience appeared on Su Ran's handsome and refined face. You, Royal Prince Yang, aren't the only one worried about the lass's safety. The cold-faced demon king, who has always been cold and resolute, has turned into a super nanny in front of the person he liked. He would only feel assured if he can have her tightly secured on himself. I'm seriously defeated by him. He's too cheesy. Zhu Junyang ignored his ridicule and anxiously whispered to the young girl, who he was constantly worried about, when I'm not around, you must not provoke Chief Steward Su. He's not as harmless as he appears, okay. With a confused face, Yu Xiaoxiao protested, when did I ever provoke Sir Su? Don't wrongly accuse me, just don't tease him about his appearance. That's taboo for Chief Steward Su. The grass on the grave of the last person who joked about his appearance is already very tall now. So be careful. When I'm away, you must remember to not mention the topic of his good looks. Zhu Junyang was so frightened by the lass's unintentional actions that he broke out in cold sweat every time. Even if he was present, he still may not be able to handle Chief Steward Su's anger. Fortunately, Chief Steward Su never lowered himself to the lass's level. Why? What's wrong with praising someone's good looks? I also often compliment you for looking very devilish, enchanting, and bewitching. Did you ever have the urge to hit me? Yu Xiaoxiao had a very innocent expression on her face. Zhu Junyang grinded his teeth inwardly, and the expression on his handsome face was somewhat stiff as he replied in a stiff tone, yes. Had it been someone else, this prince would have smacked him to death. Also, how is that praising me? Can't you compliment me with some positive words? In my heart, those are all positive words. They are such apt descriptions. Your face is enough to bring disaster to the country and the people. Yu Xiaoxiao's big, round eyes were opened wide, and her long eyelashes flickered. Her expression appeared very innocent. Su Ran, who had profound martial arts skills, naturally also heard their conversation. At the beginning, he felt relieved with Zhu Junyang's warning. However, unlike what Royal Prince Yang had said, he wouldn't actually do anything to the young girl. But, a grown man, cough cough. Well, although he wasn't a complete man now, he had always regarded himself as a man in his heart. Coupled with his unpleasant experiences before and after he entered the palace, his handsome appearance had become a burden to him. Therefore, he could never feel happy to be praised as good-looking by a young girl, even if she was very sincere. However, he seriously didn't understand what this lass was thinking. Compared with the words she used to describe him, such as, like an immortal, elegant and outstanding, and gentle like a jade, it seemed like Royal Prince Yang had it worse than him. Here, what exactly were these descriptions? Devilish, enchanting, bewitching. Now, she also added a, bring disaster to the country and the people. His heart finally felt better now. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look down at the pair of clear, innocent eyes in front of him. A sense of helplessness flashed over his heart. He glared at Chief Steward Su, who was sniggering at the side, and then said to the lass in a lowered voice, stop. Why does this prince feel that your words are descriptions for a gorgeous enchantress? Devilish, do you think that I'm a fox demon from the mountains? In my heart, you're exactly a man of unrivaled beauty. The term, devilish, isn't what you think it means. It's used to describe the beauty of men. Anyway, I'm just praising you for being good-looking, beautiful, and breathtaking. Yu Xiaoxiao realized that there was a generational gap between ancient people and modern people, so she hastily explained. Zhu Junyang felt even more helpless. He was a grown man, so could he not accept these compliments? However, he felt a somewhat speechless sense of rejoice in regard to the lass's lust for beauty. Fortunately, his appearance was enough to get favor with the lass. Otherwise, his road of pursuing his wife would be much longer and more arduous. All right, in the future, just think about these adjectives in your mind and don't say them out loud, okay? Zhu Junyang took the second best option and made this small request. I can't even praise you when we're alone. How could he refuse when faced with the lass's slightly pouted mouth, cute dimples, and innocent gaze? When they were alone in private, well, he would just take it as a small amusement between themselves. When he turned to leave, Xiaoxiao made a funny face at his back. Young fellow, do you think I don't know how to deal with you? It seemed like there would be expected gains from acting cute on occasions. You, this lass. Holding his personal cup in his hands, Su Ran took a sip of the fragrant tea and shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect that Royal Prince Yang, who has always been calm and wise, would actually be under the complete control of you, this little girl. Is this considered? There is also one thing to overcome another. Yu Xiaoxiao withdrew her arrogant expression and calmly replied to Sir Su's teasing. In the relationship between two people, the matter of who subdues whom doesn't exist. Love makes people change themselves to yield to others. Sometimes, I feel very lucky to be the person who made him change. However, more often than not, I feel that this luck is just an illusion and the person who ends up getting hurt will be me. Su Ran sensed her worry about losing, so he hastily withdrew the joking expression on his face and gently rubbed the young girl's hair. In regard to relationships, he was a complete blank sheet of paper. He had long lost the right to like others, and it was even more difficult for him to understand the mentality of people who were drifting in the feelings of love. He could only advise her in a somewhat listless manner, don't overthink it. I have a keen eye for people. Royal Prince Yang definitely isn't a fickle person. What's more, the Emperor has mentioned promoting the awareness of women's rights many times. He appointed you as an official to encourage women living the shadow of men to boldly come out and show themselves. In a woman's world, there shouldn't only be the deep inner courtyard and love. Instead, they should face a broader world. The Emperor said that women aren't subordinates of anyone, and that the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues is nonsense. PFF'd. Yu Xiaoxiao's mood changed very quickly. She turned to look at Su Ran and asked, if the Emperor dared to say this in front of those old fogies, do you think it would cause those old officials to complain in tears, and even make threats of suicide to show their stance? Seeing that she was no longer bemoaning her own fate, Su Ran's worried heart relaxed. The Emperor's idea is good. But after all, the view of men being superior to women had been around for thousands of years. Thus, it's not something that can be changed overnight. However, with you as a role model now, many women have come out to display their talents in various aspects. I heard that the second madam of the Zhou family asked for several shops from her son and has managed them quite well. Her skills in business have been unanimously affirmed by the Zhou family. Second madam of the Zhou family. Wasn't that third young master Zhou's mother? She hadn't expected that the gentle and amiable noble madam, who usually grew flora and raised pets, would actually have the talent and potential to be a career woman. Sir Su, what's your opinion on this? Do you think, like most men, that women are meddling in politics and causing absurdity, and thus will bring disaster? Since Yu Xiaoxiao took office in the Ministry of Revenue, she had heard a lot of these remarks. Fortunately, she had the strong heart of a modern person, so the public opinion couldn't influence her enough to make her lose confidence in herself. Man, Su Ran mulled over the word for a moment, and then revealed a somewhat pitiful-looking bitter smile. Even an incomplete person like me can be entrusted with important matters by the Emperor. There are numerous women with knowledge and ability in the world. Why can't they have the opportunity to show their own talents? Looking at Su Ran's handsome face, the melancholy and sadness that seeped deep into his bones caused Yu Xiaoxiao's heart to feel a tearing pain as if it was seized by someone. Sir Su, you have always been an upstanding and dauntless man in my heart. Because you are loyal, capable, resolute, clever, and wise, you have all the qualities of a true man. I believe the emperor also thinks of you in the same way. You're not only his subordinate and official, but you're also his indispensable right-hand man. Not just a mere friend or confidant, but more than that. You're someone who he can show his back to with complete trust. Su Ran turned around and stared at the young girl for a long time. From her eyes, he could see sincerity and respect. Suddenly, he smiled softly, as if a gentle breeze blew on one's face and the spring flowers blossomed in an instant. Lass, sometimes, I think you're really similar to the emperor. It's hard for people to understand what you guys are thinking, and from time to time, you two will come up with some weird ideas. The emperor also has this inexplicable trust in you. There's an unexplainable connection between you two. Tell me honestly, are you a lost pearl that the emperor left among the commoners? Lost pearl. Yu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, and when she understood the meaning of this term, she convulsed with laughter. She laughed so hard it almost felt painful to breathe. Sir Su, I seriously admire your imagination. How old was the emperor when I was born? Would he be able to father a daughter my age? You're 15 this year, and the emperor has already passed the age of 30. When you were born, the emperor was already 17. Su Ran also felt that his thought was ridiculous, but the age matched up. At that time, the emperor, who was still the imperial grandson, established a shipyard in the area surrounding the capital, and often traveled to Tanggu. At the age of 17, one was very hot-blooded. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to have an intimate night with a fisherman's daughter and ended up getting her pregnant. Ah, the emperor is 17 years older than me. I can't tell at all. Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled softly. However, she had to defend her innocence. When I was born, my eldest grandaunt helped with the delivery. Moreover, I'm twins with Shaolian and we look extremely similar. People who aren't familiar with us often mistake us. I'm certain that I'm my mother's biological daughter. You wouldn't be suspecting that the emperor had an affair with a married woman, right? Of course not. He knew that the emperor was a slight clean freak. If he wanted to get intimate with someone, he would have chosen a young maiden. Why would he like a peasant woman with an ordinary appearance? In actuality, he was just speaking thoughtlessly earlier. The lass sometimes spoke in a nonsensical manner, so he was also led astray and made a thoughtless comment. I heard that Sir Su was already serving the emperor when he was in his teens. Would you not know about the women he had a relationship with in the past? Or, is the emperor a womanizer who flirts everywhere in your heart? Yu Xiaoxiao had no doubts about her own identity. Her parents doted on her even more than her brothers, so she was certain that she wasn't adopted. A big promiscuous radish. Can a radish be promiscuous? Su Ran tried to change the subject to cover up his nonsensical remark. Generation gap. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but explain to him, a big promiscuous radish isn't describing the radish. It's used to describe someone who is very flirty and fickle in relationships. Is it really all right for you to say that about the emperor? Su Ran sometimes felt that this girl was very bold. She even dared to joke about the emperor. Wasn't this a clear display that the emperor was reluctant to punish her? I didn't say that the emperor was this kind of a person. Don't slander me. Yu Xiaoxiao was instantly led off topic. Did she call the emperor a womanizer earlier? She didn't, right? No, right. Don't worry, I know you didn't do it on purpose. I won't report it to the emperor. You should be careful when you speak in the future, lest someone with ulterior motives hears you and stirs up trouble in front of the emperor. In a seemingly serious manner, Su Ran reminded her with an earnest tone. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded obediently with a confused expression on her face. I will pay more attention in the future. Thank you, Sir Su. You're such a good person. Chunhua, who heard everything, had the urge to cover her face. My dear young miss, you just got led astray by Chief Steward Su. Wasn't he the one who suspected that you were the emperor's long-lost daughter? Wasn't he the one who suggested that the emperor was flirting everywhere? Shouldn't he be the one who should reflect and correct his mistakes? Why did you two switch roles? Su Ran cast a warning glance at her and laughed in his heart. This lass is really easy to trick. She was fooled by just a few words. The way she thanked him just now was just like what the emperor said, foolishly cute. If he was Royal Prince Yang, he probably also couldn't help but be attracted by this cute yet somewhat muddle-headed girl, right? Su Ran quietly suppressed the weird feeling that emerged in his heart and shifted his gaze towards the outside of the cave that was gradually darkening. Why is that fellow Zhu Junyang gone for so long? Nothing happened, right? Following his gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the entrance of the cave and muttered to herself in a somewhat worried and concerned tone. Su Ran turned his head and saw the worried expression on the lass's face. He finally understood why Royal Prince Yang saw him as an eyesore. At this moment, how much he hoped that the person she was concerned about was him. Don't worry, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the fluctuation of his mood, so he hastily withdrew all his emotions and comforted her by saying, Royal Prince Yang is strong enough to kill a bear with one punch. The only thing that can hurt him in this mountain would have to be a powerful monster. But, didn't you call him devilish? The situation of a fight between the same species probably won't occur. Therefore, your Zhu Junyang is safe. Your Zhu Junyang, to be labeled as one who belonged to the lass, that fellow, Royal Prince Yang, is seriously lucky. What's with this slight sense of envy within my heart? Su Ran, who had always been shrewd, felt somewhat confused. Ha ha ha. The lass laughed heartlessly and almost fell to the ground. That guy, Zhu Junyang, has hunted so many foxes recently. Do you think that some fox demon will come to settle accounts with him? The fox demon had originally come to get revenge for its fellow fox descendants, but when it saw that fellow's appearance, it was immediately attracted by his seductive phoenix eyes and decided to devote itself to him. Iya, this won't do. My tummy hurts from laughing so much. I can't continue to think about this. Su Ran felt the corner of his mouth involuntarily rise up. He looked at the little lass, who was laughing so hard that she had to hold her belly. His eyes had a gentle look in them as he said, in that little head of yours, just what are you thinking about all day long? Did you read too many storybooks? Tell me, if Royal Prince Yang heard your earlier words, just what would he do? Xiaoxiao howled in laughter for a bit longer before she finally straightened up and weakly threatened Chunhua and Su Ran, you two are not allowed to tell Zhu Junyang a word of what I said earlier. Otherwise, I'm not going to make food for you two tonight. Not only tonight, but also tomorrow, when we get back to the stud farm, you also won't be able to eat any food that I make either. Are you going to remember this? After she finished, she even waved a tiny fist in their direction, which wasn't the least bit threatening. Don't worry, I'm not the type of person who likes to gossip. It enters my ears and doesn't leave my mouth. I swear on my honor. Su Ran readily promised her. As for Chunhua, if she dared to gossip, then Yu Xiaoxiao would send her back to Zhu Junyang. She gave her own maidservant another warning look. Last time, Chunhua and Chushi had almost been returned back to the hidden soldiers' ranks by Zhu Junyang. If it weren't for their young miss pleading for them, they would have been locked in the hidden soldiers' torture room and might have lost their lives right then and there. The two of them were immensely grateful to Xiaoxiao. In addition, Wadong continuously reminded them about staying loyal to their mistress, so they had long changed their mindset and now only saw her as their master. Chunhua knew if she dared to bring those words to Royal Prince Yang, the first one to suffer a calamity would be her. She could only have one master and be loyal to one person. That was the standard that every hidden soldier needed to follow. Therefore, Yu Xiaoxiao's warning was truly superfluous. Their back, Su Ran slowly got to his feet. He, who was skilled at martial arts, could hear the sounds of numerous footsteps in the distance. No wonder it took them so long to come back. Apparently, they had been slowed down by some other people. Yu Xiaoxiao threw the dry stick in her hands into the fire and also stood up. She arrived at the mouth of the cave and copied Sir Sus' pose, cocking her head to the side to listen carefully. Her five senses had been slowly altered by mystic stone water ingestion, so she was already at the level of Chunhua and Chushi. After listening for a bit, she revealed a puzzled expression. Sir Su, did Zhu Junyang come back? How come I hear more than one person coming back? It sounds like a whole group of people instead. Su Ran glanced at her in a flabbergasted manner. If he wasn't completely sure that the little lass hadn't learned martial arts before, he would start to wonder if she wasn't a hidden expert right now. Young miss, there are truly a lot of people coming over this way. I don't know what type of people these are. Do you want to go into the cave and hide out until we figure out their identities? Chunhua cautiously stepped in front of her young miss as she quietly advised her. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Ran and shook her head. Don't we have Sir Su here? Ah. Even that little monster, Zhu Junyang, isn't Sir Su's rival, so isn't it safer to stay by him? Just who are you calling a little monster? Ah. How come this prince keeps hearing someone saying bad things behind my back? Zhu Junyang's low and melodious voice suddenly transmitted through the darkness. Yu Xiaoxiao's small face lit up in happy surprise and she hurriedly went forward. Zhu Junyang, you're back. Ah. You were gone for so long that I was worried to death. Why are you mentioning the word death? Quickly spit for good luck. Zhu Junyang's tall and broad figure split apart the dusky darkness of the night, as if all of the remaining light was shining on him alone. His whole body seemed to emit a magnetizing aura that made it hard for people to look away from him. On his shoulders was a giant white tiger. This white tiger was so large that, if it were standing on its 4 legs, it would absolutely tower over an adult man's height. However, when her man carried the tiger along on his shoulders, he acted as if it was as light as a feather. It didn't impede his light and fast steps at all. In fact, the group of panicked and scared people behind him had to run to keep up with him. Wow, a white tiger. Zhu Junyang, you are too awesome. You actually managed to hunt a white tiger. Can you give its pelt to me? Ah, I really want it. Yu Xiaoxiao's excitement could be seen from head to toe. A white tiger was the product of a genetic mutation, so it absolutely was a rare find. Wow, their luck was truly too good. Just as they were about to leave the mountains, they were able to come across and hunt such a surprising animal. Zhu Junyang supported the tiger with one arm, making it seem weightless while his other hand was protecting his abdominal area. When he heard what she said, he slanted a look at her with his phoenix eyes and snorted, "What did you call this prince earlier?" Zhu Junyang. Yu Xiaoxiao's entire attention had been taken up by the white tiger this entire time. When she raised her eyes and saw that the expression on his face wasn't quite good, she hurriedly corrected herself. Roizi, Jun Jun, Yang Yang, Jun Yang Yang, as long as you give the tiger pelt to me, I'll call you anything you want. Zhu Junyang's heart skipped a beat and a suspicious smile crossed his lips. Are you sure that you'll call me anything? Yu Xiaoxiao saw the evil grin on his face and stared at him alertly. Just what sort of wicked idea is going through your head now? Lord husband, beloved husband, husband, if you want me to call you things like that, dream on. Now tell me straight, are you going to give it to me or not? She had accurately guessed what he was thinking, so he felt a bit at a loss. He thought for a bit and decided that they needed to set their engagement next year. That way, his label would be all over the little lass. In another 2 years, the little lass would finally be married to him. Then, wouldn't these ways of calling him become the norm? All right, I'll stop teasing you. Didn't this prince say so earlier? During this outing, all of the pelts we get during hunting are all yours. When Zhu Junyang first spotted this fierce white tiger, he didn't feel nervous or alarmed at all. Instead, he felt pure joy. He finally had come across a fitting gift for his little lass. Ah, who are they? After she had finally gotten a satisfactory answer, Yu Xiaoxiao's attention was taken over by the messy group behind him. The vast majority of people had frightened and panicked expressions on their faces, and there were also a few who were supporting the injured. The most gravely hurt one was a man who was lying down on a simple stretcher that was made out of woven rattan vines. He was a sturdy man whose face was pale from pain. They're the hunters from the village at the foot of the mountain. When this prince encountered them, the white tiger was currently fighting them, so I saved them while in passing. If we're going to save them, we should do it correctly. Take out some medicine and give it to them. The wound bomb from Tongren Medicine Hall should do the trick. Zhu Junyang didn't forget to give a pointed reminder to the muddle-headed little lass. A few days ago, when they saved the young master of Medicine King Valley, she had already aroused an outsider's interest in her wound palm. He was afraid that one day the little lass would reveal too much of her secrets and cause a problem. The leader of the group of hunters was a man who had the typical build of a northerner. He had a tall and brawny body, broad shoulders, and a full beard on his face that were paired with his bushy eyebrows. His large eyes were bright and full of expression. He first had the injured hunters carefully placed down in a corner of the cave, and when he heard what they said, he bowed deeply towards Zhu Junyang. Although they say that a big favor cannot be repaid with verbal thanks alone, we are truly grateful that my lord came out to help us now. I, Jin Tiankui, will never forget this boon for the rest of my life. No need for pleasantries now, quickly go treat those who are heavily injured. If we wait any longer, I don't know if they'll be able to live. Zhu Junyang placed the dead white tiger in another corner and carelessly waved a hand at the hunter. His right hand was still covering his abdominal area. Yu Xiaosao delivered the wound bomb to that named hunter and taught him how to use it. She also gave him a pouch of diluted mystic stone water. With these two items, the king of hell wouldn't be taking their lives today. After she saw them almost finish binding and treating the injured people's wounds, Yu Xiaosao suddenly had an idea flit into her head. Older uncle, your surname is Jin. Then are you familiar with Jin Xiaohu at the nameless village at the foot of the mountain? When Jin Tiankui heard her question, he threw her a startled look and asked, how do you guys know my youngest son? Did you guys go past our village before you entered the mountains? Before we entered the mountains, we lodged at grandfather Jin's residence in the nameless village. You are Xiaohu's father, what a coincidence. Yu Xiaosao smiled brightly and her two adorable dimples blossomed on her cheeks. Second uncle, apparently our savior had lodged at our residence. Our savior is truly very skilled as he was able to knock down such a ferocious tiger in a few moves. If I could be as skilled at martial arts as he is, in the future, we don't need to be so scared whenever we enter the mountains. Jin Xiaodong, who had overheard the conversation between the young girl and his uncle, sighed a bit enviously over this. Xiaosao exchanged a few other words with Jin Tiankui before she turned around and noticed that Zhu Junyang was still holding his abdomen like he was earlier. She anxiously rushed over and pulled at his hand to ask, what's wrong? Did you get injured there? Let me look to see if it's serious or not. Zhu Junyang's left hand pulled at her arm, preventing her from pushing aside his clothes. He hinted that she should sit down next to him. This prince has a surprise that I want to give you. Zhu Junyang pretended to smile mysteriously. His phoenix eyes seemed to shimmer with a watery light, causing his handsome face to look even more enticing. Yu Xiaosao was stunned for a moment before she finally asked, what sort of surprise? Come look. What is this? Zhu Junyang finally relaxed the hand that was covering his abdomen, revealing a shaggy and white little thing. Wow, a small white tiger. It's so small. It must have just been born not long ago as it hasn't even opened its eyes. So adorable. Yu Xiaosao had a pure look of delighted surprise on her face. She carefully took the weak and pitiful little animal from Zhu Junyang's hand. It was truly very tiny and was smaller than an adult cat at this point. The little white tiger, which had been trembling in fear this entire time, gradually quieted after it reached Yu Xiaosao's hands. Perhaps the smell of mystic stone water on Xiaosao's body naturally made animals want to get closer to her. The little white tiger calmly lay in Xiaosao's chest, acting as if it had returned back to its mother's embrace. The uneasiness and fright that surrounded it earlier had completely disappeared. Is this the surprise you were talking about? How did you find it? Yu Xiaosao gently stroked the little white tiger's soft fur. The little thing licked her hand, causing a tickling sensation, which made her giggle a few times. Zhu Junyang stared a bit unhappily at the little white tiger that was worming its way into the little lass's chest. He almost couldn't resist the urge to pluck the animal out and throw it away. His line of sight suddenly stopped at a certain area, as if his eyes were being magnetized there. The little lass had grown up. At least, her chest had finally started to develop and they were happily growing in his direction. Stinky pervert, just where are you looking? His ear suddenly hurt and the angry face of the little lass, which was paired with her blushing red cheeks, appeared before his eyes. This little lass was getting braver with every passing day. She was unexpectedly pulling on his ear to punish him. How could she not give him any face in front of everyone here by pulling blatantly on his ears? In a moment, he needed to have a good talk with the little lass. If she was going to pull on his ears, she should wait until they got back to a more private setting where there were no other people around. They spent the night in the cave. Early in the morning on the next day, Yu Xiaosao checked on the two most severely injured hunters. The one who was most injured had gotten his left arm neatly bitten off from the elbow down. If they didn't use Xiaosao's wound bomb and medication to stop bleeding, she was pretty sure that this guy would have died at this point. The other hunter had a nasty-looking gouge in his shoulder, which was missing a large piece of flesh. It was quite bloody and frightening looking. This time, 26 hunters from the nameless village had gone into the mountains. They had appointed the experienced hunter, Jin Tiankui, as their leader. The vast majority of the hunters were father and son or had very good relationships with each other. Because of that, when the white tiger appeared before them, none of the group tried to leave the hunter who had gotten his arm bitten off behind to feed the tiger. The hunters had already been out for about a dozen days now. At first, their trip had gone rather smoothly and they didn't encounter any fierce beasts. However, staying on the outskirts of the mountains meant that they weren't able to hunt many creatures that were worth a lot of money. For the sake of having more spending money in town during the winter, they had all participated in a vote, which was unanimous for going deeper into the forest. In the previous few days, all of them felt gratified at their choices as they had encountered a lot more animals with valuable pelts. In fact, one sable fur pelt could be sold for a few dozen taels even to a middleman. If a person's luck was even better and he encountered the servant of a rich man out buying furs, then they could make double of what they could sell it for to the middleman. Now, every family had a few valuable fur pelts on hand to sell. After tasting the sweetness of success, the hunters wanted to push their luck and gradually headed deeper into the mountains. Jin Tiankui relied heavily on his over 20 years of experience and sensitive senses to guide the group of hunters around several territories that were claimed by fierce beasts. In the end, however, they were unable to avoid a white tiger who was protecting its young. Prior to Zhu Junyang appearing, Jin Tiankui and the other hunters felt complete despair in their encounter with the fierce and vicious tiger. The two heavily injured hunters wanted to use their own lives to stop the tiger and give their friends and family time to run away. However, not a single person in the group wanted to abandon these two and live the rest of their lives in guilt and regret. The group summoned their courage and used every skill they had in an effort to possibly scare off the vicious beast or maybe kill it with a lucky blow. However, how could they know that this was a female tiger who had just given birth to its young? The mother tiger believed that they would hurt its child, so it went all out against them, leaving them no room for error. Their hunting forks and knives were mere toys in front of the white tiger. After fighting for half a day, other than inciting the tiger into a blood-frenzied rage, they had been unable to accomplish anything else or injure the creature. As the number of wounded increased, the smell of their blood caused the tiger to become more ferocious. At the moment they were all in despair, ready to face their deaths, Zhu Junyang appeared like a black-clad god from the skies. The fierce and vicious tiger was like a weak little cat in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he ended up subduing and neatly killing the animal, leaving only a corpse on the ground. Jin Tianjin managed to calm down a bit and came forward to thank their savior. However, the black-clothed man had a cold expression on his face and only glanced at him apathetically before he bent down to pick up the dead tiger. The white tiger, which had to weigh more than a few hundred catties, seemed as light as a feather in the man's arms and he easily carried the beast on his shoulders. The man carried the dead tiger on his shoulders and walked around the vicinity quickly. When he got back, his right hand was in front of his abdomen in a protective manner. The hunters there didn't know just what valuable thing he came across. On the way back to the cave, Jin Tiankui had wanted to express his gratitude, but the black-clothed man had an aloof and cold expression the entire time, making it difficult for them to get closer. It was only when they arrived at the mouth of the cave did the black-clothed man finally melt his icy exterior temporarily when he saw a young maiden dressed in a pink dress. His warm smile only blossomed for one person. The gentle and doting man in front of them was like a whole other person compared to the previous icy and cold iceberg of a man. Only then was Jin Tiankui able to fully express his thanks and gratitude to the whole group's savior. They were truly very fortunate today. Not only had they been able to get a good haul of game, but they also had someone save them in their moment of crisis. Furthermore, a sweetly smiling young girl, who looked as beautiful as a fairy, had even fervently taken out wound-healing medicine made by Tongren Medicine Hall for them to treat their wounds. Jin Tiankui had traveled to the prefectural city a few times and Tongren Medicine Hall's business was quite booming there. He had heard other people mention that their wound balm and patent medicine very quickly sold out as soon as they got new stock. This caused people to wait in front of the store for the exact moment when the supplying carts arrived. Once resupplied, these people would quickly stand in line, waiting anxiously to buy the medicines produced by the Yu family. There was a reason why Tongren medicine halls wound balm and patent medicine sold so well. It was said that Tongren medicine hall's wound balm could staunch bleeding, reduce inflammation, and speed up the healing of wounds. As for their patent medicine, you avoided losing potency as you didn't have to brew it over a stove and it worked faster. Furthermore, compared to drinking the bitter medicinal brew, taking a pill or drinking a sweetened syrup was much more palatable to most people. When Jin Tiankui found out that the wound balm was that effective, he had once wanted to buy some to bring back home. As a hunter, it was hard to avoid getting injured all of the time, so wound balm was an essential item back home. However, when he got to the sales counter, he found out a bottle of wound balm cost 50 taels. They would need to sell a lot of game in order to make enough money to buy one bottle of wound balm. Jin Tiankui couldn't bear to spend that much money and finally decided to buy some ordinary wound balm instead. However, the young maiden in front of them was neither a relative nor a friend, yet she easily gave them a whole bottle of Tongren medicine hall's wound balm. This was a great kindness to them all. Furthermore, there was a reason why this wound balm was so expensive because it worked very well. His nephew, who had gotten his arm bitten off by the tiger, had his suffering decrease significantly after the balm was spread on his ravaged stump. This morning, when he went to check on the younger man, the bleeding had completely stopped and there were even scabs starting to form. As for the other hunter, who had gotten a big piece of flesh ripped off his shoulder, he could walk around like nothing had happened. "Uncle Jin, you should all come down the mountain with us all. That way, we'll be able to keep each other safe and on the right track." Yu Xiaosao had already come to an agreement with Zhu Junyang to escort this group of hunters safely down the mountain. After all, this area wasn't safe. Who knew whether they would encounter another fierce beast later? Jin Tiankui had long wanted to travel with these people but he felt embarrassed to propose the idea. After all, they had the wounded among them, so their speed would be compromised traveling with them. When he saw that the young maiden had taken the initiative to give them an invitation, he was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and gratefully thanked them repeatedly. They had truly encountered a living Buddha today. From the way these people addressed each other, he could already guess that these three were absolutely extremely wealthy and powerful nobles, especially the man dressed entirely in black. He was, unexpectedly, a royal prince. However, none of these people had the arrogant and willful manner of most influential and noble people. In fact, they continuously helped them, mere commoners, without a hint of attitude. He had lived for over 40 years and had never seen such esteemed nobles like them before. Jin Tiankui didn't dare to let these nobles wait for too long, so he hurriedly had the other hunters pack up their things, load up their strings of game, support the wounded, and follow the nobles from behind at a close distance. He was afraid that they'd become impatient and regard them as an eyesore on the way back. After he had leisurely finished his simple breakfast, Zhu Junyang once again put that white tiger corpse on his shoulders and also picked up a bag of fur pelts that had been skinned off of their other game in his other hand. Because they had hunted so much game, he had to skin the pelts in the mountains and the meat was left for the carnivores in the mountains to enjoy. However, even though he had a few dozen pelts on him, he only had 2 hands. There was still a pile of fur pelts on the ground. He glanced at Chunhua, who was behind Xiaosao, and saw that she was carrying a basket full of medicinal herbs on her back and her arms were also holding more baskets. It was clear that she couldn't hold anything more. Xiaosao's medicine box was perched on her shoulders. It held the truly valuable herbs. In her arms was the white tiger cub. Chief Steward Su Ran, on the other hand, was empty-handed, which made him resemble a spoiled noble son out for a stroll in the woods. "Chief Steward Su, please help with bringing the remaining 2 bags of fur pelts down." Zhu Junyang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make the other man labor. He gestured with a pout towards the fur pelts on the ground. Su Ran looked briefly at the pile of pelts that still stunk of blood and then looked down at his spotless white clothing. Then he raised an eyebrow at Zhu Junyang while revealing a helpless expression. He had mysophobia. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to get close to those dirty things. In addition, The high and mighty royal Prince Yong in front of him looked incredibly foolish carrying game and holding fur pelts. He needed to retain an image of pure elegance in front of that last Xiaosao. Thus, getting him to help, an impossibility. Only now did Jin Tiankui notice the large pile of fur pelts on the cave floor. There were sable furs, marten furs, ferret furs, red fox furs, silver fox furs, and black fox furs. Ferret furs made up the majority of the furs there. Did these people catch all of the animals whose furs were worth a lot of money in these woods? Benefactor, if you don't disdain our help, we are more than willing to help you bring these down the mountains. Jin Tiankui and the other hunters had already hidden the ordinary game they caught earlier in a small cave further down the mountain. The cave had been securely sealed with a rock. Currently, each hunter didn't have much game on them, so they were able to free up 3 to 4 people to help these nobles transport the furs. Zhu Junyang angrily glared at Su Ran and then threw the furs on the ground again. He nodded his head towards Jin Tiankui and said, "Apologies for the inconvenience." His courteous words made Jin Tiankui feel immensely honored and he hurriedly replied, "Not an inconvenience at all. Compared to you saving all of our lives, this is nothing worth mentioning. Zhao Shan, Xiaomu, Xiaobao, Xiaodong, give the game in your hands to other people. Come here and help our benefactor bring their haul back." These 4 youngsters were all nephews from his paternal family. Thus, he had no qualms in ordering them around. The 4 youths had tall and strong bodies, and were in the prime of their lives. Each of them carried a giant bag of fur pelts and followed their benefactor from behind as they all headed down the mountain. Jin Tiankui supported his injured maternal nephew as he held his red fox and sable fur that he hunted himself in his other hand. He also followed closely behind the 4 youngsters. Since the group of hunters were all helping their wounded descend, Zhu Junyang and the others deliberately chose a speed that wasn't too fast. They finally got off the mountain on the next day, at dusk. In the distance, they could faintly see the sparse houses in the nameless village in the distance. Jin Tiankui gazed at the smoke rising from the roof of his own residence and almost had the desire to start crying. They were this close to never seeing the smoke rise above their homes again or seeing their family again. If the whole village was only left with the old, weak, women, and children, it was obvious what their fates would be. "Uncle Jin, give older brother Zuzi some water. He's heavily injured, so it's important that he avoids getting dehydrated." On the whole journey down, Yu Xiaosao would always send some of her own water to the more heavily injured hunters. Although they had walked for 2 whole days, all of them managed to endure the journey. When she saw that the color on Wang Dazu's face, the hunter who had gotten his arm snapped, wasn't looking too good, Yu Xiaosao gave him another mouthful of diluted mystic stone water. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness. If we hadn't encountered your group, I, Wang Dazu, would be dead in the mountains now." Wang Dazu drank a few sips of water and felt a bit better. He gratefully expressed his thanks to the noble maiden who resembled a little immortal girl. Her Highness, the royal princess, didn't have any of the arrogance of her rank and was cordial and kind to all of them. She truly had a heart of gold. When he got back, he needed to erect a long life plaque to her to make sure his descendants would remember her great kindness to them. Yu Xiaosao waved a hand at him in dismissal and stated, "When you get back, take good care of yourself. Here are 2 bottles of medicine. One is to be applied externally, while the other you need to take. Your wounds will very quickly heal if you take them consistently. It's not a big deal to be missing an arm. There is no difficulty that can't be surmounted by people, so treasure your life." Wang Dazu was so moved by her words that tears streamed down his face. Miss Yu absolutely had to be an immortal who had come down to earth. Not only did she give him precious medicine, but she also tried to comfort him. It was hard to find such a kind and sweet maiden in this world. "Master, you're finally back." Hu Xiaoliang had heard the ruckus and came out of the Jin family's residence. He was so moved that he resembled a lost young kid who had finally been reunited with his mother. He rushed over and unexpectedly gave his master a giant bear hug. Zhu Junyang pushed him away in disdain. Hu Xiaoliang took the dead white tiger from his master's shoulders and was so astonished that his mouth was wide open for a long time. "Master, you're truly too awesome. You actually encountered a legendary white tiger. Just this fur pelt alone is enough to make other people endlessly envious of you." Go wash up and rest first, this servant will help you prepare this white tiger. Zhu Junyang was afraid that this guy might end spoiling the tiger pelt and warned him, be careful, this is this prince's betrothal gift. If you ruin it, I will never forgive you. Master, don't worry, this servant will be extremely careful and I will absolutely not delay your process to get a wife. Hu Xiaoliang glanced in the direction of Yu Xiaosao and had an ambiguous smile on his face as he hauled the dead tiger into the inner courtyard. Although Chushi was only a step behind him, she also came forward to take the medicine box from her young miss. She softly said, "Young miss, the stove has hot water on it. This servant will help you take a bath and change your clothes." All in all, their journey into and out of the mountains took around a dozen days in total. Although her body and skin had been subtly altered after long-term usage of the mystic stone water, such that her sweat didn't have a lot of impurities in it, Xiaosao still felt that she was about to stink to the high heavens. She had never been so eager to take a bath as she was today. In her room, she scrubbed herself furiously in the tub. After she came out, she discovered that the entire Jin family had already prepared a sumptuous evening feast for their whole group. Jin Tiankui had told the story of what had happened to old man Jin as soon as he got back. The whole Jin family was immensely grateful towards Zhu Junyang and the others for their kind deeds and almost started treating them like living Buddhas. Xiaohu's mother's illness had gotten better after taking 2 days' worth of medicine. She had a good hand at cooking. In addition, the hunters in the family had brought back quite a bit of game, so they ended up with a dozen dishes on the table. As a sumptuous feast, it was quite fitting to serve to Xiaosao and their other benefactors. Doc, can you take out a pill of your healing panacea for me to look at? During the meal, another youthful and pleasant-looking man suddenly appeared next to Xiaosao. He had a simpering and flattering smile on his face as he shamelessly asked her about her medications. Zhu Junyang was quite displeased that this young fellow was getting so close to his little lass, Hu Xiaoliang. Why is this guy still here? Why can't I still be here? It's not like this is your own home. Was a royal prince that special? As the young master of Medicine King Valley, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Yu Xiaosao turned her head around and saw a round face shaped like a steamed bun. It was paired with large round eyes and a small delicate mouth. From the looks of his face alone, it'd be very easy for someone to mistaken him as a little boy. However, he had a large and sturdy body, broad shoulders, and a deep voice, which contrasted sharply with his childish face. With such a baby face, it'd be hard for anyone to not doubt his abilities at medicine. It was no wonder he would paste on a mask on his face to alter his appearance. Such an adorable steamed bun face was right in front of her eyes. Xiaosao suddenly had an itching urge to pinch his cheeks. However, there was a jealous little vinegar jar right next to her, so she needed to control herself. Didn't I tell you earlier? I only have 3 healing panacea that have been passed down by my family. I still regret being hot-headed at the time and taking one out to save you. These are truly life-saving pills. You're neither related to me nor a friend of mine, so how could you have the nerve to ask for one from me? Yu Xiaosao knew that her special pills had mystic stone water added to them. The special water had the ability to improve the effects of medications, which was why the effects of her pills were at least double of the effects of ordinary ones. This was the first encounter Yu Xiaosao had with someone from the Zhonghu. The famous leader of the Medicine King Valley sounded quite mysterious and talented, so she didn't know if she took out her pills whether the other person would sense something fishy. Hence, she needed to be more cautious. Xu Ziyi tried to move her emotionally and persisted, "Young maiden, the reason why I am able to become the direct successor of Medicine King Valley is not only because I am the grandson of the current head but also because, compared to my peers, I am extremely talented and gifted. What do your talents have to do with us?" Zhu Junyang picked up the stool that was under Xiaoshao's butt and brought both person and chair closer to his side. What was this damned man trying to do by getting so close to his lass? If he needed to talk, he could just talk like a normal person. Although the youth's face looked quite youthful and tender, it was still quite good-looking, which made it likely that his lass, who loved handsome appearances, had no defenses against it. Xu Ziyi glared at him and then scooted forward again. He opened his doe-like eyes wide and looked expectantly at Xiaosao, as if he was trying to say, "Quickly ask me about my talents, quickly ask me." All right, just what sort of talents do you have? Tell us now, Yu Xiaoxiao casually asked as she continued to eat the corn porridge in front of her. Xu Ziyi smiled and revealed his two dimples. He proudly stated, for most ordinary medicines, all I need to do is just take a sniff and I will be able to identify the ingredients inside as well as the ratios used. For more complicated medicines, I just need to scrape a tiny bit off of the top and taste it to figure out the exact prescription. You said earlier that your family's recipe for the healing panacea has already disappeared. Don't you want to find the old recipe and benefit more people in the future? You said so much, but aren't you just coveting the little lass's family's secret recipe? What's the point in trying to make your intentions sound so honorable and glorious? Zhu Junyang sneered and then moved the little lass closer to him. Xu Ziyi stared at him with wide eyes and slightly frowned a bit. Then, a smile blossomed on his face as he nodded, Your Highness is right. This one is truly curious about the secret recipe to make this healing panacea. Similar to those who are obsessed about martial arts and books, I am truly a person who is obsessed about learning more about medicine. To tell you the truth, Miss Yu's family's panacea is even more effective than Medicine King Valley's life-returning pill. No one would believe me if I claimed I wasn't curious about this. However, if this panacea can be researched by me, wouldn't that be advantageous to both of us? Zhu Junyang had an expression full of disdain on his face and Yu Xiaoxiao gently patted his knee before she turned to address Xu Ziyi. Young Master Xu is correct, if the prescription can be brought to light again, that would benefit many people in the future. Chunhua, bring out that purple glass bottle from my medicine box and cut the pill in half and give it to young Master Xu. Wait a second, this one only needs to scrape a bit of pill powder from the top. This young maiden was truly too much of a spendthrift. Such a precious pill would be hidden carefully by any other person. She, on the other hand, easily took it out to save a complete stranger and even offered to cut it in half to give to someone. This was a living saving pill. If she did that, the healing properties of the pill would definitely degrade as time went on. Xu Ziyi couldn't bear to let that happen and hurriedly stopped them. Xu Ziyi carefully held the pill as he scraped off a tiny bit of pill powder before he impatiently used his tongue to lick it up. He concentrated on tasting the pill. How come the ingredients he was tasting seemed no different than the ingredients found in ordinary internal injury pills? That couldn't be right. There had to be an ingredient in there that boosted the properties of the ingredients. However, even he, as an extremely experienced pill maker, didn't know what might be boosting the potency of the ingredients. There were many ingredients that had the ability to boost the potency and effects of others. However, if you directly added them into a pill recipe, it would end up destroying the effects of the pill itself. His father had researched this painstakingly for 20 to 30 years, but ended up with nothing so far. This pill had unexpectedly perfectly paired these two contradictions in one entity. If the Yu family's recipe hadn't been lost in the sands of time, perhaps his father, that crazy pill fiend, would do everything he could to get that recipe off of their hands so that he could compare it to his decades of research. That way, he could find out just where he went wrong. How is it? Doesn't taste too bad, right? Yu Xiaoxiao had finished eating the food in her bowl and delicately let out a burp. She noticed that the young master of Medicine King Valley was tasting the pill dust as if he was eating a delicacy, so she couldn't help but ask him what he thought. Not too bad, Xu Ziyu replied absent-mindedly without thinking much. Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Xiaoxiao. Did your ancestors leave anything else along with these pills? Such as any special ingredients? No, they didn't. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't tell him that there was mystic stone water in these pills. Otherwise, he would interrogate her on the origin of the mystic stone water, which would be a great bother. Xu Ziyi looked at the pill paper in his hands that only contained the remaining pill powder and carefully folded it up. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked in a puzzled manner, You said that these pills were passed down by your ancestors. How come the potency of the pills haven't decreased even a bit? It tastes like they were just made. Do you guys have some sort of secret recipe to preserve pills? Since it's a secret recipe, how could I easily divulge it to you? Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to regard him with a lazy expression. In actuality, she was feeling quite insecure at this moment. These pills had truly been made by her just before she arrived at the stud farm. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the potency of these pills were still quite good. Shu Ziyi acted as if he was possessed. He lowered his head, staying still as if he was a sculpture. Even the half-eaten bowl of food in front of him had been completely forgotten. He was currently concentrating exclusively on trying to figure out this pill's properties. He needed to figure out just how it was possible to boost the efficacy of the ingredients while having them harmonize perfectly into a pill. Originally, he believed that his father's research direction was just a waste of time and was never going to succeed. However, once a perfect example appeared before his eyes, Shu Ziyi was now completely obsessed with this idea, even more infatuated than his father. That evening, Zhu Junyang discovered that the fellow who knew how to act cute had actually left without saying goodbye. The uncomfortable feeling within him had also dissipated a little. Why did good-looking men always seem to appear in front of his little lass, catching her attention? The experienced hunters in this area were all good at skinning and processing fur pelts, especially Old Man Jin. He was famous not only in the village but also in town for crafting the best fur pelts. Zhu Junyang and the other hunters had gotten so many furs. If they didn't handle them now, they would start to stink on the way home. Thus, they spent a few more days at the nameless village. On the return journey back to the farm, they had an additional 2 large carts filled full of furs. The merchants they had encountered on the road all asked them where they had gotten these furs when they saw the piles of top-notch pelts. When they got back to the stud farm, Steward Yan came over to greet his master and excitedly reported, "Master, the guards have seen a white stallion leading a herd of horses in the vicinity of the farm when they are patrolling. This servant followed your orders and made sure no one went to disturb them. From time to time, we also put out some top-notch fodder in the areas they tend to appear. Those wild horses seem to be more trusting of our farm and don't always flee when we let the other horses out. There was one night when that white stallion appeared in the farm and was slyly eating Black Whirlwind's special food Ever since Xiaoxiao arrived at the stud farm, she had personally compounded Little Red's child's, Black Whirlwind, feed. Not only was the nutrition well balanced, but she also added a high concentration of mystic stone water to it. That way, the feed would alter its body. There were quite a number of horses at the farm, but there were very few horses who had the bloodlines of superior quality horses. The foreign tribes only sold their mediocre and inferior horses to the great Ming dynasty. Thus, the probability of encountering a divine steed was about the same as a meat pie falling out of the sky. Therefore, they could only use the horses they had to breed better steeds. Out of all of the foals in the farm, Black Whirlwind was the best out of all of them and also the one with the most promise. Xiaoxiao planned on altering it and 5 other foals using the mystic stone water. That way, they would become the hope of the stud farm. The little fellow Black Whirlwind had absolute freedom on the farm. The small courtyard residence that Xiaoxiao and the others lived in almost always had its gates wide open for it. In addition, Yingchun especially liked the little horse and would always give it some rock candy that contained mystic stone water in it. Thus, the little fellow frequently didn't rest in its own stable and instead shamelessly lodged at the small courtyard. Since it had its own stable, there was no one there to fight for food. Thus, the grooms taking care of it would often add some superior fodder in its manger as a midnight snack. However, who would have expected that, for a few nights in a row, when the little fellow strolled back, it found out that its food manger was completely empty. It was quite displeased by this. Was someone secretly eating its food? Or were the humans shorting it on its midnight snack? In the middle of the night, Black Whirlwind ran over to where the grooms lodged and made a fuss. Only after it was given a midnight snack did it calm down. After the grooms had been disturbed for a few nights in the row, they started to wonder. At first, they thought that the little fellow was having a growth spurt and needed more food. However, even after they added more fodder to his manger, it still continued to pester them. Thus, they felt that there was something fishy about this and began to stake out the little fellow's stable at night. That's when they discovered the wild white stallion coming over to steal the little foal's food. They reported these matters to Steward Yan. After hearing Steward Yan's report, Zhu Junyang surreptitiously glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was organizing the fur pelts at the side, and then commanded the steward, "No need to do anything with that horse for now. How's the progress on the new horse stables going?" The construction on the new stables is already done. After letting it air out for a few days, it'll be ready to house horses. Master, the people that you've instructed me to find to help out with raising the horses are already here. They are currently being trained by Old Jong. Old Jong was the groom who was the most experienced at raising horses. In the past, he had been caught by some foreign tribes and forced to raise their horses for over 20 years. Recently, the Great Ming Dynasty's troops had won a series of victories and reclaimed a lot of their lost land. Thus, he was finally able to go home. When he found out that a noble from the capital was planning on establishing a horse breeding farm, he recommended himself to work there. Now, he was one of the small leaders here and had helped Steward Yan quite a bit. Make sure the new stables get cleaned. Tomorrow night, you can fill all of the feed troughs with some good quality fodder and there's no need to send anyone to keep a watch over it. Zhu Junyang had heard the promise that the little lass had given to the white stallion, so he instructed his subordinates to go through with her plan. Steward Yan paused for a moment in surprise but very quickly understood what his master was trying to do, as the plan for the new stables to serve the wild horses. Zhu Junyang nodded slightly and waved a hand in dismissal at Steward Yan. The little lass and her maid-servants had already finished organizing the fur pelts. Right now, the young maiden had a bit of exhaustion visible on the face. Her usually bright and lively eyes seemed a bit unfocused, as if she was unconsciously relaxing. Although this was supposed to be a leisurely hunting trip, they had still been camping out in the vast wilderness and had spent over 20-some days out in the open. Even a strong and sturdy man wouldn't be able to endure for so long, let alone a weak and delicate little maiden. These past few days had surprised him. She was the only one in their group who had no martial arts training. However, no matter where they were, whether traveling on the road or going into the mountains, she never complained about being exhausted. In terms of strength and energy, she had more than the average weak and delicate little maiden. Tired, Zhu Junyang walked to Xiaoxiao and bent over to stroke the little lass's thinned-out face. He gently said, "If you're tired, go rest now. No need to make yourself endure any longer. I'm waiting for the washing water to get heated up." Yu Xiaoxiao yawned elegantly and 2 sleepy tears were squeezed out of the corner of her large eyes. After being on the road for a few days, it had been difficult for her to get a restful night's sleep. Fortunately, her maid-servants were all quite perceptive and quickly heated up her bathing water on the stove before helping their mistress to wash herself in the warm water. Xiaoxiao slept until the moon had risen high above the sky, and the only reason why she woke up was that her empty stomach was complaining constantly. She ate some food that had been reheated on the stove and then dragged herself up to go to the private stall of Black Whirlwind. The round bright moon was hung high in the sky, covering the entire stud farm with its silvery glow. With Xiaoxiao's current eyesight, it wasn't an issue for her to see clearly as she walked on the small paths towards the stable. Behind her, she could hear light tapping sounds and she didn't even need to look back to know that the fellow, Black Whirlwind, was following her. Whenever Xiaoxiao was around, that little fellow liked to stick around her. Even when it was resting, it would choose a place that was closest to Xiaoxiao, which was right outside her personal room. Thus, as soon as Xiaoxiao left her room, this little fellow quickly sensed it and trailed behind her. Its master was heading towards the building where it lived. Did the master know that it was getting close to when it usually ate its midnight snack and wanted to add some more food? Black Whirlwind blinked its large, gentle eyes as joy surged in its heart. The food that the master made, as well as the tasty blocks of sugar, were all more delicious than the food the grooms sent over. Yay, it was going to have a good snack. Black Whirlwind became immensely excited and even its steps were much lighter compared to before. Wait, why was there the smell of a strange horse in the air? Its stall was its own inn. It already knew the other horses that were stabled nearby. This strange horse had a strong aura about it. Just where did it come from? Black Whirlwind raised its head and looked curiously over in the direction of the stables. It discovered that there was a snow-white, large horse that was currently inserting its head into its own stall and stealing food from its feed trough. The little horse immediately became furious. It had wondered why it hadn't been able to eat any midnight snacks recently. Originally, it thought that the humans in the farm had carelessly forgotten to add its snack to its stall. It had never suspected that its food was being ruthlessly stolen by another horse. Black Whirlwind felt its mind go blank and it charged forward as it wanted to warn the other horse and teach it a lesson. However, when it reached the strange thief, it discovered that its tiny build was like a tiny ant in front of the other horse. Wah wah wah, when could it grow up and beat this evil thief underneath its hooves? The white horse heard Black Whirlwind charging over and turned its head to glance at the little colt. An angry little foal, it barely reached the height of its legs but it was quite brave. The young horse stood in front of it angrily as if it wished it could go up and bite. This little fellow quite had guts. Once it reached adulthood, it might be able to put up a fight with it. As for now, a tiny body and spindly legs, it had better obediently stand aside. The white stallion had no intention of harming the little fellow. It gently used its head to nudge the foal away and continued to eat the delicious feed that was in the stall. It had been a long time since it last encountered that human little girl. However, it had not been able to forget the special sugar cubes that had the ability to change its constitution that the little girl had fed it. After resisting for a long time, it brought its herd to slowly get closer to the stud farm to investigate just what the humans there were up to. When it found out that neither the patrolling guards nor the staff of the farm tried to capture or shoo them away, the head stallion brought its herd closer and closer to the farm. It hoped to encounter that little girl again. However, it was destined to be disappointed as Xiao Cao had already left the farm to go into the mountains to search for rare medicinal herbs. However, it wasn't entirely without benefit. The humans at the farm seemed to know that they were there and stocked a bunch of feed near them. Within the feed provided was some food that had the same tantalizing smell as the special candy the girl gave it. The food was slightly inferior in taste to what the girl had, but it was still better than nothing. The white stallion still longed for the taste of that rock sugar candy that emitted a faint spiritual energy. It dawdled around the vicinity of the farm for a few days and discovered that on a particular young foal in the farm, there was the faint smell of the sugar candy. Later, on a particular night where the wind was blowing hard, it followed the smell to the horse stables and discovered that the feed inside was the food that it couldn't seem to forget. It couldn't resist the urge to eat everything in there. Following that, it came over every day to visit as if it was entranced and became a frequent visitor at the stud farm. Today was no exception. However, it didn't think it would be discovered by the owner of this stall. A black-colored little colt had appeared. However, what did that matter? The white stallion continued to eat the food inside with large bites and glanced at the little colt with a look of disdain in its eyes. Black Whirlwind let out a furious whinny at the sight of this. Although it was still very young, it had a quite imposing manner. That damned little thief was stealing food right in front of it without a hint of shame. The other horse was truly looking down on it. Black Whirlwind opened its mouth and rushed towards the white stallion that was more than twice as tall as it. It bit down hard on the strong and sturdy stallion's leg and ground its teeth. It needed to bite this damn thief to death. The white horse, who was currently happily eating the food, only felt a light tickle on its leg followed by a bit of pain. It couldn't help but kick out that leg. Little Black Whirlwind ended up tumbling to the ground by the other horse's light kick. Although it wasn't injured at all, it was covered completely in dirt and had a huge blow to its ego. Black Whirlwind pitifully ran towards its master as it whined and cried in a spoiled manner. Xiao Cao stifled her desire to laugh and stuffed a rock candy into the little fellow's mouth to soothe its bruised little ego. The head stallion sensitively could tell that there was spiritual energy that was coming off of the sugar lump. It hurriedly raised its head and followed the smell over. Under the light of the moon, a familiar figure was dressed entirely in white and her body seemed to emit a white glow like an immortal. The white stallion wasn't able to appreciate the looks of a small human girl as its entire attention was taken up by the rock candy that the little black colt was currently chewing on in pleasure. The head stallion gracefully headed over in the direction of Xiao Cao. Little Black Whirlwind could sense the wildness on the other horse and thought that it was going to try to harm its master, so it advanced a couple steps forward. It used its small and weak body to block Xiao Cao from the older horse. It was this fellow again. The white horse lowered its head to glance at the tiny Black Whirlwind and its eyes were full of disdain. If it wanted to harm this human little girl, did the little foal really think it could stop it? It gently used its foreleg to push the little fellow away and stopped in front of Xiao Cao. Its large mouth beelined for that familiar embroidered pouch. At this time, a black-colored little figure swiftly rushed over in an attempt to smash into the white stallion's head. The white horse backed up a step and avoided the little exploding bomb's figure. Hiss! You're not allowed to harm my master. Although Black Whirlwind had a small figure, the noise it made was both loud and trumpeting. Where is everyone? Where are the grooms? Where are the guards? Did everyone die in their sleep? There's a bad horse here bullying my master. People come here and help off. When she saw little Black Whirlwind making a heroic stance, trying to protect her from this intruder, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or feel touched by the little foal's protectiveness. She stepped forward, bent down, and gently hugged the little fellow's slightly trembling body. She stroked the foal's soft and downy fur to comfort it and smiled. Don't worry, don't be scared. It won't harm us. Although Black Whirlwind was still quite young, its intelligence was already at around a 5-year-old human child's. It was able to understand the vast majority of what its master was saying. What the? The master recognizes this scoundrel of a thief that had been stealing my midnight snacks. Black Whirlwind swiveled its head around to look at Xiaoxiao doubtfully. However, Black Whirlwind is so brave. I'll reward you with a piece of sugar candy. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a piece of rock sugar, placed it in her palm and was about to feed it to the little black foal. Suddenly, a large head butted over and a warm tongue curled around the rock candy, stealing it from her hand. The white stallion closed its eyes in pleasure as it chewed on the sugar. It also silently complained that the amount of spiritual energy within the candy seemed to be less compared to the ones the little girl gave to him before. Not enough to satisfy its craving. Black Whirlwind was infuriated by this. Not only did this interloper steal its midnight snack, but it also blatantly stole its rock candy. This meant war. Black Whirlwind, whose head was filled with rage, seemed to go mad as it rushed towards the white stallion. It began to kick and bite at the other horse and was making quite a ruckus. However, that white horse seemed to disregard the little fellow, who only reached the height of its knees. It sidled a bit to avoid the foal's attack and then just let the younger horse pummel it. That little bit of strength was only a tickle to it. The most important thing was to swindle a few more pieces of candy over. Black Whirlwind, there's still candy here, come back. Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit afraid that the little fellow might be stomped upon by the white stallion. She hurriedly called it back and fished out another piece of candy. She avoided the white stallion's open mouth and stuffed the rock candy into the little fellow's mouth. After chewing a bit on the sweet candy, Black Whirlwind's reason gradually came back and it cooled its temper. It glared angrily at the white stallion and raised its head arrogantly as if it was trying to say, "See ah. The master still likes me the most." The white horse cast a resentful glance at Xiaoxiao and stretched out its mouth to snatch at Xiaoxiao's embroidered pouch. Xiaoxiao dodged it and tried to entice it. "See ah. The treatment at this farm is quite good. If you decide to stay here, every day you'll get a piece of candy. How's that? Do you want to think it through?" The white stallion momentarily stopped its attempts to steal food and then pretended to not have heard a single word as it resumed its attacks towards her embroidered pouch. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that it was pretending and felt a bit helpless. However, since she had already said she wanted to say, there was no need to press on. She was sure that, like a frog being gradually boiled in a pot of water, the white stallion and the other wild horses would soon be enticed and captured by the farm's benefits. She shoved another piece of candy into the white stallion's mouth and patted its neck as she smiled. "All right, you ate some food and got a few candy pieces too. Quickly go back to where you need to go, okay? Oh right, in the future, if you encounter any storms or nasty weather, remember that there's a new set of buildings over there that can shelter you. We especially prepared that for you and your herd. There won't be any people there to bother you. Trust me, even if you come to live at the farm, you will still have plenty of freedom. However, there is one thing I need to mention. If you want to find some wives here, you need to pick first from the horses here." After successfully getting another piece of candy, the white stallion was finally satisfied and stopped its attempts at stealing more. It knew that there was a limit on how much spiritual energy it could eat in one day. If it ate too much, it would end up being harmful instead of beneficial. It reluctantly glanced at the human little girl again before it finally turned away to leave. Yu Xiaoxiao quietly watched as that snow-white horse, who didn't have a single flaw on its body, gracefully treaded away under the gentle glow of the moon. She felt as if the horse had just come out of a storybook. It was so stunning that a person couldn't bear to take their eyes away. The cold night breeze blew past and she shivered from the drop in temperature. She shook her shoulders a bit. During the 10th month in the north, many areas already had some snow falling. The stud farm had been built in a sheltered area in the north, so it took longer for winter to arrive there. However, the evening winds were still quite cold. At this moment, a cloak that held the warmth of another had been gently placed on her shoulders and a familiar aura enveloped her from behind. She let the heat sink in and relax her. It has already left, so we should head back. As soon as Xiaoxiao left her room, Zhu Junyang sensed it. He knew what the little lass was thinking about. In order not to startle that white stallion, he kept his aura back and followed the little lass from far behind, protecting her silently. Zhu Junyang had seen the little black colt bravely protecting its master, and his impression of Fierce Wind's descendant had gone up a few notches. A young foal who dared to attack a led stallion meant that it was very courageous and loyal, which spoke volumes about its future. The stud farm desperately needed a horse like it to become its leader. Perhaps this little fellow was destined for that position. When the grooms heard the ruckus, they once again added more fodder into the colt's stall. Yu Xiaoxiao also added some special food for Black Whirlwind. The little black colt was so happy that it was temporarily comforted about the previous insult and joyfully ate its midnight snack. Its small tail swished back and forth excitedly, which showed just how happy it was feeling at the moment. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been escorted back to her small courtyard by Zhu Junyang, naturally didn't know that when the white stallion left, it had stopped by the direction she had pointed in to take a look. At the outermost part of the stud farm, it saw the new large and clean stables. Each stall was filled with plenty of feed, just as the little human girl had said. There were no guards or other humans guarding the area, and it knew it didn't have to worry about any traps or sinister plots. It suddenly thought of the coming long and hard winter as well as the weaker and older members in its herd. Every winter, there would always be a few members of its herd that would end up dying from the harshness of the winter climate here. That was survival of the fittest. However, as the head stallion, it also felt grief and sadness at the death of its members. If there was such a shelter like this in the past, perhaps those herd members who had died in the past might be alive today. What was more important between life and freedom? The white horse now felt a bit conflicted. 4 nights after they came back from their autumn hunting, the icy cold northern wind blew around in the area for an entire night. Frosty chilliness enveloped the entire farm. In the beginning, snowflakes as bright as stars floated slowly to the ground, and then the chill wind, which felt as sharp as a knife, began to rain, forcing people to cover up their extremities. Yu Xiaoxiao curled up on the warm and cozy Kong bed. She had nothing to do now and decided to do her best to make an embroidered pouch so that she could exchange the extremely ugly and faded one that still hung on that fellow's, Zhu Junyang's, waist. Wudong, who was also on the Kong bed, was currently dexterously sewing a set of clothing made out of ferret fur pets for her young miss. Winter came early to the north and they didn't prepare enough clothing to handle the cold. Thus, it was necessary for them to quickly craft some suitable clothing to help their mistress stay warm in the rapidly dropping temperatures. Out of all of the maid servants, Wudong wasn't the best at handicrafts, but her skills at needlework were among the top. If she hadn't been selected by the young miss to become a personal maidservant, it was likely that she would have been recruited into the general's residence's embroidery and sewing section. Yingchun was currently on the Kong bed spinning some thread. She asked her mistress out of puzzlement, "Young miss, why are you telling us to spin such thick threads? What do you need to make with it? If these thick threads were used to weave cloth, then how thick would the fabric end up becoming? Were they going to knit blankets?" Chunhua and Chushi, who were currently whittling bamboo into needles on the side, glanced at the thick bamboo needles they made. They were also quite curious about their young miss's plans. "Once it's all ready, you will all find out." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously and continued to work on her embroidery. She had already finished sewing the pouch. She turned it over a few times, inspecting her work. It looked like the seams in this pouch turned out quite straight, so she was quite pleased. The hardest part, however, was to embroider a design on top. She had picked out the most simple embroidery pattern out of all of the ones Wudong had prepared for her, a few stalks of bamboo with leaves coming off of them. In actuality, a mischievous idea had popped up into her mind. She kind of wanted to embroider a cute and adorable cartoon figure on top. Would the cold and solemn royal Prince Yong truly dare to hang such a pouch on his waist then? At this time, a gust of cold wind preceded the person who had lifted the thick door curtain to come in. A tall and sturdy figure quickly stepped in. He sat next to Xiao Xiao and looked at the drawing that she was currently sketching out. It was a peculiar little dog that seemed oddly adorable. Although it was merely a sketch, it was easy to tell what she was drawing. It had a small body, perked up ears, bright eyes, and there was even a scarf around its neck. From the slightly arrogant positioning, he could tell that it was somewhat related to Little White. "What are you drawing? Looks pretty interesting." It was the first time that Zhu Junyang had seen something so abstract and cute. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yu Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle. "This is the design I'm preparing to embroider on the pouch. Since you like it, I feel relieved." As soon as Zhu Junyang heard this, the expression froze on his face. He glanced at the other patterns on the paper and picked the simplest bamboo sketch and squeezed out a somewhat unnatural smile. "That design looks too complicated. Just how long will you have to sew to finish? This prince doesn't want you to work so hard. How about you choose something simpler instead?" Yu Xiaoxiao, dejectedly, lowered her head and shoulders, and said in a sorrowful voice, "You must have disliked my embroidery and thought that I couldn't embroider more complicated patterns, right?" "Absolutely not. As long as it's embroidered by you, I will like it." With that, he untied the purse from his waist and showed it to the lass, who was depressed, to show that he was serious. Yu Xiaoxiao snatched the purse that was worn to the point that its edges were frazzled. She really wanted to destroy it. It must have been difficult for him not to be afraid of being laughed at, carrying this ugly and deformed purse with him for 2 years. "Then, if I embroidered Little White's image onto this purse, would you wear it?" As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes, which looked like a clear sky that had been washed by rain, stared at him without blinking. Zhu Junyang nodded his head without even thinking about it. "As long as it's embroidered by you, I'll always carry it on my person. I'm just afraid your eyes will become tired." He had carried such an ugly purse for 2 years. Although the pattern didn't match his temperament, it had to be better than the original one, right? Yu Xiaoxiao also drew a little cute yellow duck. Holding back a smile, she asked, "What about an embroidered pattern like this? With sky blue brocade as the background and yellow embroidery thread as the outline?" Zhu Junyang imagined himself dressed in black with such a bright purse hanging at his waist, and he couldn't look directly at that image. However, what already came out his mouth had to be abided by. He nodded his head with great difficulty and said, "As long as you embroider it, I will wear it." He was the grand and intimidating chief military instructor of the firearms camp, yet he was going to wear such a foolish and cute-looking purse. He didn't know how much the brats would laugh at him behind his back. Going with her idea, it would be better to not change it. At least the people he knew were already used to his ugly purse. Fit. Xiao Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer. She laughed and fell onto the Kong bed as her hands kept pounding the mat. Out of breath, she said, "I was joking with you. These patterns are designed for pillows and satchels. How could I let you carry such a purse that contrasts with your heroic and dashing image so much?" Naughty girl. Zhu Junyang was completely relieved when he heard her words and let out a sigh of relief. His slender hands rubbed her black hair. He remembered what he had come for and said, "The fodder in the new stables was eaten up a lot." The guards patrolling nearby saw a white horse, in the distance, bringing some wild horses to eat. "They only left early this morning." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't surprised at all. She nodded and said, "It's possible that Snow Scar predicted the changes in the weather and brought the weaker horses to the horse farm to eat, hoping to enhance their resistance to the cold." Snow Scar was the name for that leader white horse that she had come up with. Compared to Little White, Little Black, and Little Glutinous Dumpling, she had made great progress. If it is as you've said, then the horses will come again. After all, the winter in the north is very long. Low temperatures and snowstorms will bring a fatal blow to the old, weak, sick, and pregnant horses in the herd. Zhu Junyang was curious about this horse's high IQ. However, once he thought of his lass's abilities and those evil pets at home, he felt that this matter should have something to do with her. Zhu Junyang's prediction was soon confirmed. When Xiao Xiao was almost finished embroidering the green bamboo patterned pouch, the horse farm ushered in the biggest snowstorm of the winter. Snowflakes the size of a baby's fist were falling from the yellow sky. The visibility outside was only a few meters. All the horses in the horse farm stayed in their stables. Even Black Whirlwind, who liked to wander and roam, returned to its warm single room. In every corner of the horse farm, fire pans were burning to keep warm. Every other day, Dr. Wang would take the veterinarian team at the horse farm and check the horses one by one to ensure that every horse could safely survive the long and cold winter season. Head steward Yan braved the wind and snow to come to report new discoveries to the master. In the master's room, he found that it was empty. He turned and went to Miss Yu's courtyard. Sure enough, he found his master there. Rest a bit, I'm not in a hurry to wear it, don't strain your eyes. Zhu Junyang's enchanting phoenix eyes were looking at the knitting needle in the lass's hands. The expression on his face was so soft that water could have dripped out. Unexpectedly, the lass had this ability. Her fingers flew as they plucked the knitting needle up and down. The thing that was said to be a sweater was slowly gaining length under her skillful knitting. The lass said that she wanted to knit him a close-fitting sweater, which was warm and light. In his heart, he was looking forward to it and was afraid that the lass would be tired, so he couldn't help but remind her to take more rest. It's okay, I'm free anyway. When I finish knitting it for you, I will also knit one for Sir Su. This place gets cold too early. It looks like Sir Su didn't bring any clothes for the cold weather. Yu Xiaoxiao's speed in knitting the sweater didn't slow down as she talked. In her past life, to save money, her brothers and sisters' sweaters and woolen pants were all knitted by her. Although she hadn't knitted for a long time and was a bit rusty, she soon got back to the old days with a bit of practice. At her speed, it wouldn't take longer than a week to knit a sweater. Looking at the blue-dyed wool under her hands, she imagined the appearance of the handsome Zhu Junyang wearing it. He would definitely look very warm and handsome. What, you're gonna knit for that guy? Zhu Junyang's happiness in his heart was suddenly mixed with a sour feeling. You can teach Wudong and Yingchun. With the two of them knitting together, Steward Su can also wear it sooner. He had to admit that he didn't want the lass to knit clothes for others. When he thought of other people wearing the stuff she made, he wanted to take it off them. He'd rather destroy it than give other men any hope. You're just a big jar of vinegar. So jealous. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced over sideways at him and chuckled. How could she not understand the thoughts going through this guy's head? I'm just worried about tiring you. Zhu Junyang stubbornly insisted. I just regard Sir Su as an older brother, so why are you getting jealous over nothing? Yu Xiaoxiao put down her knitting needle and brought over a pillow Wudong had sewn. She put it behind her as a cushion so she could be more comfortable. Tired? Take a break and have some pine nuts and hazelnuts. Zhu Junyang put the pine nuts and hazelnuts he had peeled into the lass's hands. He took the half-foot-long sweater she had knitted from her hands and carefully put it to the side. When Yu Xiaoxiao received the bounty from his hands, she ate the nuts in small bites. Outside, someone reported that Steward Yan was requesting an audience. What important matter would let Steward Yan brave the snow and wind on this snowy evening to run back and forth to report on the affairs of the horse farm? Come in. Zhu Junyang gently pinched open a hickory nut, carefully took out the kernel and put it on another plate that was on the Kong bed table. After head steward Yan came in and gave his greeting, he stood at the side, watching his master concentrate on peeling nuts. He was stunned for a moment and in his heart, he thought, could he be peeling it for Miss Yu? As soon as this idea arose in his head, he saw his master take the empty plate from Miss Yu's hands and put the peeled hickory nuts into her hands. Head steward Yan thought to himself, I didn't expect my master, who had the titles of a cold-faced calamitous star, would be just like his father, the imperial prince, someone who dotes on their wife to no end. Is there a matter? Zhu Junyang saw that the lass preferred to eat the pine nuts and patiently peeled them out one by one. His movement was extremely leisurely and elegant, as if he wasn't peeling pine nuts but using his fingertips to dance instead. It was very pleasing to the eye. Head steward Yan hastily took back his gaze and with a smile reported, As your highness has expected, the herd led by the white horse has moved into the new stables outside today. When the man in charge of the stable over there went to add the feed, the wild horses, although agitated, didn't attack the horse breeder nor did they seem to intend to escape. Lass, you guessed right. The white horse has come to the horse farm to seek shelter for his species. The matter was expected by both of them. However, it was going to be a process to gain the trust of the lead white horse. Yu Xiaosao smiled and said to head steward Yan, keep the people of the horse farm as far away from the new stables as possible. Besides sending water and feed, the horse breeders shouldn't go over there. Yes, I will tell the others now. Head steward Yan knew very well that Miss Yu's orders were the master's orders, thus, he very respectfully agreed. Wait, Yu Xiaosao suddenly thought of something and called back head steward Yan, who had turned around to go out. When the grooms add feed to the stables, let them take notice of whether there are any sick horses or horses about to give birth in the herd. Yes, Miss Yu was very considerate, but would the wild horses allow the veterinarians access to them even if they were sick? Head steward Yan took a look in the direction of his master and left with doubts in his heart. When Zhu Junyang's sweater only had the 2 sleeves left to sew, head steward Yan presented the statistics. The condition of the wild horse herd wasn't optimistic. There were 75 wild horses of all sizes, with more than a dozen sick or weak. There weren't many horses pregnant, only around 2 or 3. In the horse farm, the sick horses were quarantined to prevent other horses from getting infected. Fortunately, the wild horses had a warm shelter. Every day, they could eat grass laced with spiritual energy and drink from well water, so their resistance was greatly enhanced. Some of the less ill horses had begun to improve. It seems that the wind and snow outside is lighter. Roisy, I want to go to the stables and have a look. Will you accompany me over? Yu Xiaosao saw that there were several seriously ill and mares about to give birth according to the statistics. She was a bit worried and used a coquettish tone to act cute with Zhu Junyang. She knew that with Zhu Junyang, she might be allowed to go for a walk. If she was on her own, that overbearing wife maniac would absolutely not agree. Having a man who cared too much about her was also a kind of sweet burden. Okay, I'll go with you, however, you have to put on the duck-down cotton-padded trousers, as well as the sheepskin vest and wear the ferret fur-lined coat on the outside. Every time Zhu Junyang saw the lass's thin arms and legs, he always worried about her health. Fortunately, the lass looked thin but she had a good constitution. However, the snow and temperatures of the north couldn't be taken lightly. In comparison, the capital's winters were much warmer. I know, you're nagging like a little old lady. Yu Xiaosao chased him out of the room. Resignedly, she put on layer after layer of clothes to keep out the cold. If she let Zhu Junyang continue talking, she would have to go out wrapped in a blanket. Zhu Junyang had black lines on his forehead. Is there an old lady as handsome as me? This lass is really heartless. Ah, it's so cold. As soon as she came out, a piercing cold wind with flying snowflakes came at her small face. Yu Xiaosao wrinkled her face. She wasn't used to the extreme cold of the north. Zhu Junyang took off her snowcap and added a thick mink scarf, leaving only 2 big eyes exposed. The snow outside was just below the calves. Zhu Junyang had the advantage of height, so walking in the snow wasn't much effort. However, with Yu Xiaosao's present height, which hadn't reached 1.6 meters, it was a tragedy for her small short legs. She tried to pull one foot out of the snow, took another arduous step, and then pulled out her back foot. From the courtyard to the front door, which was only the short distance of a few meters, she walked for more than 10 minutes and her whole body was sweating. Zhu Junyang turned back and saw that the lass was far behind him. Her figure tottered with every step. He couldn't help from turning back, walking towards her, and squatting in front of her, gently saying, "Climb on." Yu Xiaosao stared at the broad and strong figure in front of her and pursed her lips, trying to stop the corners of her mouth from rising. These few years, under her subtle influence, Royal Prince Yang, this cold stone man, had gradually developed towards the direction of a caring guy, the overwhelming power of a doting boyfriend. She liked it. She had made the decision. She must seize this man of the century and not allow any others to have any chance. Come on. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Seeing that Yu Xiaosao hadn't moved in a long time, Zhu Junyang looked back at the lass, who was stupefied behind him, and soothed her. All of a sudden, the lass, who had been standing still, rushed at him. The target wasn't his back. Instead, she held onto his handsome face and gave him a hard kiss. A sweet sound entered his heart. Jun Yang Yang, I now see your good side more frequently. If you continue on like this, I will get addicted and not be able to quit. Zhu Junyang stood up and caught the lass in front of him. He lowered his head and kissed the lass's big eyes, which were the only things exposed. His soft and moist lips were in a charming gentle smile. I will always treat you well, only you. You don't have to quit because as long as you turn, you will see me beside you, never far away. Yu Xiaosao sniffled and her eyes heated up. What do I do? I have an urge to cry. Jun Yang Yang, what you said is so touching. Where did you learn how to please girls? In this world, you're the only one worthy of my flattery. Don't cry, the tears will turn into ice as soon as they come out. Zhu Junyang gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with warm fingers and preciously landed a hot kiss there. He bent down and held the lass in his arms like a princess. If he let her continue on like this, he didn't know if they would get to the new stables before dark. It was not a bad thing to have a tall and strong boyfriend. She was wrapped up like a ball. Adding in her body weight, she must have weighed at least 90 to 100 pounds. However, in his arms, it was as if he was holding a baby, free and relaxed. Zhu Junyang walked steadily and rapidly in the snow. Soon they were at the new stables. Yu Xiaosao was afraid that his imposing manner would cause the wild horses uneasiness, so she let Zhu Junyang put her down not far away. When she got to the stable, she looked back and saw the figure standing upright in the snow, with his eyes focused on her the entire time. Don't just stand there, find a place to avoid the snow and wind. Come pick me up in half an hour. Don't worry, with Snow Scar there, the other wild horses won't hurt me. Yu Xiaosao put her hands up to her mouth and shouted at him. Zhu Junyang knew that if he didn't leave, the lass wouldn't enter the stables. He waved in her direction and turned away in the storm. He strode in the direction that had a thatched pavilion nearby for the guards on duty. In the stables, the lead white horse heard the familiar voice and soothed the horses that were startled by the sound. It walked towards Xiaosao with elegant steps. It tilted its head and looked at Xiaosao, trying to find the familiar smell from her thick clothing. Yu Xiaosao patted its head and walked into the stable. A wall with flues for space heating was set up in the new stable the second day the storm began. Therefore, although the doors of the stable were open, it was still warm and comfortable inside. How is it, Snow Scar, are you used to living here? Is there enough fodder to eat every day? Yu Xiaosao inspected several stalls, said hello to a few familiar wild horses, and then started chatting with the white horse. Snow Scar was still unfamiliar with its name, but it saw that, when the human girl was talking, she looked in its direction. After a few times, it recognized the designation she had given it, just like that dark little guy was called, Black Whirlwind. The white horse didn't reject its new name and followed the girl, swishing its tail. It looked at her examining its herd members that were too sick to stand up, listening to her nagging like a chatterbox. Hiss! Snow Scar gave a low sound and the little divine stone helped to translate. It asked if you can cure its herd members. No problem. It's just a common spasmodic hernia. It's caused by the cold or drinking a lot of cold water after running and sweating. From her medicine box, Yu Xiaosao took out the herbs she needed, ground them into powder, and mixed the powder with warm water that had mystic water added in before pouring the resulting mixture down the throat of the sick horse. The sick horse, that was so thin that it seemed like it was only bone, acted as if it knew that she was curing it. It was very cooperative when she opened its mouth for examination and didn't fuss when she poured the bitter medicine. All right, if there is nothing unexpected, you should be able to jump around tomorrow. Snow Scar, let all the sick horses go into one area. It will take too much time for me to go check them one by one. She didn't care if the white horse understood or not. After all, there was a translator named the Little Divine Stone, so she didn't need to worry. Little Divine Stone thought resentfully, I'm a divine stone. I don't know how to speak horse, okay. However, it still could convey the meaning of Xiaosao's words through mind-to-mind contact. Xiaosao cleaned an empty stable and brought over the wild horse that had just drunk the medicine. Soon Snow Scar came with a dozen horses to join her. Fortunately, the sick horses all had common diseases that were caused by cold weather, gastrointestinal diseases, or injuries. She examined more than a dozen horses and gave them medicine according to their symptoms. Some of them were cooperative, while some of them, at most, restlessly turned under the pressure of their leader, and some of the younger horses refused to open their mouths faced with the bitter medicine. Xiao Cao spent a lot of strength, even coaxed and cheated, and gave them some sugar cubes. She finally poured the medicine down their throats after working up a full body of sweat. Okay, let them stay here and I will let some people bring specialized feed over. Snow Scar, you're in charge of supervising the other horses so they don't come over to steal food. Yu Xiaocao took water from the water trough to wash her hands. After thinking about it, she added a drop of mystic stone water to all the water troughs. The white horse, who had been following her around, noticed the spirit energy of the porcelain bottle in her hand and immediately became restless. Intuition told it that even a drop of that liquid was better for its body than a sugar cube. Noticing its covetous gaze, Xiao Cao took out a sugar cube, dripped a drop of mystic stone water onto it, and rewarded it to Snow Scar. She believed that as long as they made unremitting efforts, the horse herd headed by the white horse would gradually be assimilated, adding strong reinforcements to their horse farm. No, only one drop today. Yu Xiaocao saw that Snow Scar was still coveting the mystic stone water in hand and refused firmly. I'll come again tomorrow to assess the recovery of the other horses. If anything goes wrong, go over to the courtyard over there to find me. If you don't know the way you can have Black Whirlwind take you. Although it didn't want to see the big fellow who always stole its nightly snack, Black Whirlwind and Snow Scar still gradually became familiar with each other. The white horse also knew which stable Black Whirlwind was in, so Xiao Cao said it like this. You and your herd can settle down here without any worries. None of the staff at the stud farm will harm you. Yu Xiaocao told the white horse not to harm the staff of the horse farm as she was walking out. After all, there were people who came to deliver feed and water every day, as well as those who cleaned the stables. After coming out, she looked up to see a tall and straight figure standing in the wind and snow, like a god standing between heaven and earth. The white horse also noticed Zhu Junyang's scent. It looked up at him once and then calmly returned to the stable. That human scent, although powerful, wasn't threatening. What's more, the scent coming from him was the same as that of the human girl, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Zhu Junyang didn't know that he benefited from the lass and was given a good person card by the white horse. He only had eyes for his lass. She was walking against the snow and wind, which was blowing harder and harder, to come towards him. Zhu Junyang went up and helped the lass to tighten the clothes wrapped around her body. He picked her up again and quickly went back. Their speed going back was obviously faster than the way coming out. This was because Zhu Junyang found out that Xiao Cao's face was as cold as ice when he was helping her wear her snowcap earlier. The sooner they got back, the less his lass would have to endure in the cold. He didn't know if those maids were ready with the ginger soup to expel the cold, whether the Kong bed was heated up hot enough. Zhu Junyang rotated his inner energy and lightened his body without a trace of effort. Xiao Cao buried her face in his chest and put her arms around the man's neck. The curve of her smile couldn't be hidden. Snow fell continuously for 7 days and only finally stopped on the 8th day. Gradually, the dark clouds covering the sky scattered and the sun stealthily peeked through the cover. The white horse brought along its herd to live at the stables that were built at the outskirts of the stud farm. This place not only had plentiful food and drink available, but there were also humans here who helped to diagnose and treat their bodies. Their lives had improved perceptibly here. The dozen or so wild horses who had gotten ill were now leaping and frisking about as if nothing had happened. As soon as the weather took a turn for the better, the horses all ran out to celebrate and left trampled snow behind them. The prairie had been buried under the snow from the great blizzard. In former years, their herd had to travel to a very far-off place to find some withered grass beneath the snow to eat, which barely filled their stomachs. When they were thirsty, they had to gnaw on icy snow. The horses who were weaker often couldn't endure the bitter cold and poor fodder and ended up getting ill and dying. There were also some unlucky foals who were born in the dead of winter. They didn't even get to open their eyes to see the world before they froze to death next to their mother's sides. The white stallion strode over to a mare who had a large pregnant belly. That little human girl had already examined her body and stated that it was very likely that the birth would occur in the next few days. Thus, she had especially prepared a clean, cozy and warm birthing stall for this mare. The mare seemed to be a bit out of sorts. Goodness, was it time to give birth? It raised its head to look at the uncomfortable expression on the mare's face and heard its grunts of pain. Snow Scar stopped moving. What should it do? What should it do? That was right. That human little girl had said that if anything came up, it could go to the stud farm to find her. However, as soon as it exited the stables, Snow Scar paused out of bewilderment. Where should it go to find her? Where did she live? Oh right, it could go find that little black colt. It was sure that little fellow knew where the girl lived. White horse galloped away and glided over the snowy fields. In the distance, it looked like a snowy whirlwind as it billowed layers of snow in its run towards a certain direction. Who let treading snow out during the winter storm? If it gets chilled, Miss You will surely get angry. Husey, go catch that horse and bring it back to the stables. One of the firearm soldiers, Shouchi, who was patrolling around the area with his subordinates, saw the white horse galloping swiftly in the snow and mistakenly identified it as treading snow, which was the horse that Xiaosao had ridden over here. Husey was a tall and sturdy young man. Because he had a full beard on his face, he had received the nickname of Husey, 1. He followed the orders and got closer to the white horse. However, he discovered that the white horse didn't have any tack on it, so it would be difficult to corral it in the right direction. Despite that, he wasn't flustered. He prepared to go forward to grab onto that horse's neck and hoist himself onto the animal's back to stop and control it. At this moment, Snow Scar sensed that there was a human who wanted to control it. Didn't that human little girl say that it would have complete freedom to come and go as it pleased at the horse farm? Was that lie being exposed now? When it saw her, it needed to interrogate her closely. Treading snow. Stop, you'll get chilled and sick from being outside in this weather. Husey saw that the horse had neatly avoided him and was now running in a different direction, so he hurriedly called out the animal's name, hoping to calm it down to a stop. Treading snow. What the heck? Wasn't its name Snow Scar? Did this guy mistake it for another horse? Not all white horses were treading snow, okay. Snow Scar noticed that Husey had come over again to stop it, so it suddenly tensed its muscles and leapt forward, soaring over that man's head. Then it gracefully landed on the snowy ground behind the man. The snow that it brought up from its jump spewed completely on Husey's head. By the time Husey was able to react, the white horse had already ran far away. When Shouchi detected that the horse seemed out of the ordinary, he remembered his leader's warning and walked over to pat Husey on the shoulder before saying, "We were the ones who were wrong. That horse should be one of the wild horses that came here to shelter from the wind and snow. The leader told us that we should directly ignore them if we see them. Earlier I was a bit too hasty when I gave the command. Are you okay? I'm fine. If it's a wild horse, why is it coming over to the inner area of the stud farm? Is it trying to inspect the farm to see if it's a suitable place to stay long term?" Husey shook the pile of snow off of his head and grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Ha ha ha. Perhaps. How could the environment outside of the farm be as comfortable as here? After living here, it wouldn't be surprising if it didn't want to leave. How could our leader's idea not work? Shouchi and the other soldiers guffawed and then continued to patrol around the area as if nothing had happened. A few days ago, they had caught a few outsiders who clearly had bad intentions in the area. Thus, they had increased the security around the horse farm by another level. The powers above had sent down an order to make the security look lax on the outside while being very stringent on the inside. Maybe by doing that, they could catch a big fish later on. Snow Scar roved around the stud farm and finally arrived at the private stable of Black Whirlwind. It gently kicked aside the door to the stall and saw the little fellow leisurely eating its breakfast there, a stack of hay that had been infused with spiritual energy. The little fellow unhurriedly turned around when it heard the noise to glance in the direction of the door. Black Whirlwind's carefree demeanor immediately changed when it saw who the intruder was and it forgot all about its breakfast. It revealed a cautious expression as it stared fixedly at that thief. Did the other horse come over to steal its breakfast? Horses had their own way of communicating with each other. Snow Scar told the young colt its purpose in coming over. Black Whirlwind was a bit unwilling to help the other horse. Why did it have to help such a horrid fellow? It still held a grudge against it. However, This fellow's affairs were related to the future of the stud farm. Its master had told it before that all of the foals here were the future of the farm. If it delayed the birth of another little foal because of its own personal grievances, then the master would be angry, right? Although it was unwilling, Black Whirlwind still brought the repulsive thief along to the master's courtyard for the sake of the overall situation. When it saw the familiar courtyard gate, the little fellow excitedly and happily rushed forward as it let out a joyful whinny. "Master, your most favorite Black Whirlwind is here. It's been a long time since we saw each other, did you miss me?" Snow Scar was not in the mood to appreciate the little fellow's foolish demeanor. The pregnant mare in the stable was still waiting for the little human girl to save its life. It eagerly stepped forward and pushed aside Black Whirlwind so hard that the little fellow staggered a bit. It followed a familiar smell straight into Xiao Xiao's courtyard. The servants in the courtyard, who were currently sweeping the area clean of snow, saw that their frequent visitor, Black Whirlwind, had brought along a beautiful white horse along today. They all revealed admiring looks in their eyes. Almost everyone who had worked a long time at the stud farm was able to differentiate between different horse bloodlines. This white horse was an absolute divine steed and was in no way inferior to the fine steeds that their masters rode. Yu Xiaoxiao had just finished washing herself up and was wearing a pink dress paired with a pink coat. She was sitting by the Kong bed table and eating a delicious breakfast. Across from her sat a pair of handsome fellows who were respectively dressed entirely in black or white. Being able to eat at the same table with two handsome and stunning-looking men, who each had their own merits, truly made her appetite better. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if the plain white congee in front of her was more fragrant than before. Suddenly, a ruckus could be heard in the courtyard and she heard the small cry of an animal. Yu Xiaoxiao looked inquiringly out, but her line of sight was blocked by a thick door curtain. Zhu Junyang placed down the bowl in his hands and hollered out to ask, "What's going on?" The sound of Yingchen's voice from the outside transmitted back, "In reply to your highness, a white horse has entered the courtyard. The servants are about to drive it away." "A white horse? It wouldn't be Snow Scar, right? Is it about to leave with the herd of horses and came by to say farewell?" Yu Xiaoxiao pushed another spoonful of congee into her mouth and then used the handkerchief Zhu Junyang handed over to wipe her mouth before she put on her fur boots and jumped off the Kong bed. "Put on your mink fur overcoat. It's cold outside." Zhu Junyang couldn't help but nag a bit. Only when he saw the little lass obediently allow Wudong to wrap her up tightly in the warm coat did he finally relax. Tisk tisk. Su Ran used a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth, revealing an ambiguous-looking smile. "I never would have expected the cold-hearted and tyrannical royal Prince Yang, who's like a fierce lion, had such a considerate and sweet side to him. A fierce lion becoming as docile as a kitten. This truly has opened up my eyes." Zhu Junyang smiled faintly and didn't think that he was doing anything improper as he struck back. "Hasn't Chief Steward Su, who has always been a loner and never bothered to make close relationships with other people, also changed quite a bit recently? You make it sound as if only this prince treats that lass well." He was already feeling unhappy about the way Chief Steward Su treated that little lass. Ever since Xiao Xiao had knitted a white wool sweater for the other man, Chief Steward Su seemed to dote on the little lass without any restraint. Zhu Junyang had seen everything from the side and always felt like the other man was treating Xiao Xiao as if she was his own daughter. That damned old eunuch was trying to steal the little lass away from him since he couldn't have his own children. Zhu Junyang silently cursed the other man. This absolutely could not continue. Clearly, in the future, his road to woo his little wife now had another father-in-law, who was there to bar his way. Zhu Junyang truly wished he could pack that fellow up right now and send him back to the capital. That last Xiao Xiao is worthy of being doted upon. If I don't favor her, who else should I favor? Su Ran deliberately revealed the white woolen sweater that Xiao Xiao had knitted him. He really wanted to infuriate that little brat to death. Su Ran felt his heart lighten when he remembered the constipated look on Royal Prince Yang's face when Xiao Xiao had given him the sweater. He deliberately asked the little lass to also make him a pair of gloves and a scarf to complete the set. The more he could irritate the other fellow, the happier he felt. Didn't Xiao Xiao say that she regarded him as an older brother? It was right and natural for an older brother-in-law to make things difficult for his younger sister's husband, right? Right. After all, Wouldn't anyone feel a bit upset seeing such a lovable little girl being taken away by a big bad wolf, right? The Yu family didn't dare to make things difficult for this son-in-law, so he, Su Ran, would help them in their stead. Did the other guy really think it'd be easy to swindle away someone's daughter, who they had painstakingly raised for over a decade? The two handsome men in the room stared at each other with pointed eyes. Sparks of fire seemed to be coming off of them. If Xiaoxiao, this crazy fangirl, was around, she might have started imagining a romance between the two of them. With the little divine stone translating for her, Xiaoxiao discovered that the white stallion had come by to tell her about a pregnant mare who was about to give birth. Thus, she sent Yingchun to inform Dr. Wang and bring him over. Although she had a cheat item in her hands, it was only useful in decreasing pain for the horse. As for helping the horse give birth, that was out of her abilities. She brought along her own medicine box and climbed onto the white stallion's back before the two of them sped towards the outskirts of the stud farm, where the stables for the wild horses were located. There truly weren't a lot of horses who gave birth in the middle of deep winter. Within the herd, Xiaoxiao was a bit worried about this, so she felt that it was for the best that she also be present for this. When Little Black Whirlwind saw that its master had completely ignored it and had her entire attention taken up by that little thief, it felt quite unhappy. It threw a little temper tantrum in the courtyard and only calmed down after Wudong gave it 2 pieces of rock candy. This was not okay. It could not allow that little thief to take its master away. It needed to keep an eye on that uncouth fellow. Despite the cold, Little Black Whirlwind trotted outside in the direction of the outskirts of the horse farm. Before long, it caught up with the old veterinarian who was also headed to the stables there. The birth of the new foal had gone quite well considering the circumstances. Perhaps it was because the mother horse had eaten fodder that had spiritual energy in it, so she was in good shape. Not long after Xiaoxiao arrived there, the mare had given birth on her own to a red-colored foal. Once Dr. Wang arrived, he inspected both the mare and her new foal from head to toe. After ascertaining that both animals were doing well, he left. Black Whirlwind squeezed through the group of people and curiously regarded the pitiful little fellow who couldn't even stand up properly. It turned its head away in disgust and walked away. However, it was also afraid that its master would start loving the other fellow more than it, so it ended up waiting obediently at the side, acting completely different from its usual fiery and childish self. In fact, it didn't even try to steal the drop of mystic stone water that Xiaoxiao had fed to the other little foal. The new little foal had a decent bloodline and had just been fed some mystic stone water to improve its constitution. After spending a winter at the stud farm, the little foal would likely not be the least bit inferior to Snowscar once it grew up. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that within the wild horse herd there were quite a few other pregnant mares. Thus, she especially sent out a few experienced grooms to take good care of these mares and their future little ones. These foals were all the hope for the future at this farm. She was pretty convinced that the next generation of these horses, who would spend their entire childhood in the cozy environment of the horse farm, would likely be quite reluctant to leave such a wonderful home in the future. After she finished settling everything down with the wild horse herd, it was already getting close to the 12th month. Yu Xiaoxiao took a few of her maidservants on a day with good weather and had them pack all of their belongings in preparation to head back to the capital. During this time period, the guards at the stud farm had caught a few outside spies who had tried to infiltrate the area to poison their water source. After interrogating them, they confirmed that these spies had come from the Tuhire Hanbu tribe and had been sent out by Xiao Rong's brainless younger brother on this mission. Did they really think that the Great Ming Empire, a fierce tiger, was a weak little Hello Kitty? In a peak of fury, Zhu Junyang took these spies along with some soldiers from the firearm barracks and headed out to attack the tribe with a night ambush. This group ended up setting the tribe's winter supplies all on fire, and they also hung the heads of the slain spies on the flagpoles at the camp. For these ambitious foreign tribes, it was necessary to teach them a hard lesson. Otherwise, they would never learn. The elite warriors of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe had finally experienced the savagery of the long-distance gunpowder-powered firearms. After experiencing a complete defeat, they finally realized the giant gap between themselves and the troops from the Great Ming Empire. Just because the other side didn't bother with them did not mean it was because they were afraid of them. Instead, It meant that they truly didn't even regard them as a rival and saw them as little jumping fleas instead. In the middle of winter, it was extremely difficult for a tribe like them, which lived on the outskirts, to gather extra food and supplies. Almost half of their wintering supplies had been burnt to a crisp, which meant that a large portion of the tribe would go hungry during the long winter. In addition, the new chief of the tribe was tyrannical and muddle-headed. Many of the lower-ranking warriors and commoners were quite unhappy about this turn of events and began to long for the times when great King Xiaorong, who was a wise leader, was still around. Xiaorong, who had recovered fully from his wounds in the outer residence at the outskirts of the stud farm, had already infiltrated the tribe with his 2 loyal advisors. He was patiently waiting for the perfect time to strike and regain his throne. When Royal Prince Yang's firearm troops began their ambush, he took advantage of the situation and struck when the iron was still hot. He roused the warriors and people who were still loyal to him and swiftly rounded up all of the turncoats and imprisoned them. Thus, he finally regained the power that he had lost within the Tuhire Hanbu tribe. At this time, the tribe was facing a crisis with their lack of supplies for the harsh winter. Xiaorong called all of the high-ranking warriors to take part in an urgent meeting and stated that he was thinking of making Tuhire Hanbu a subject tribe under the Great Ming Empire such that the common people would be able to survive the upcoming season. Although there were a few high-ranking warriors who vehemently disliked this idea, the vast majority of people were cool-headed enough to analyze the situation logically. After realizing the severity of their situation, the votes came in and Xiaorong's plan was approved. Xiaorong then informed Royal Prince Yang of their sincere desire to become a vassal under the Great Ming Empire, so the prince immediately sent someone off on a fast horse to send this information to the capital. The emperor swiftly sent over some officials to negotiate this settlement and the Tuhire Hanbu tribe ended up signing an agreement. Every year, the Tuhire Hanbu tribe would give a tribute to the Great Ming Empire in raw silks and cash while the Great Ming Empire would provide the tribe with enough food and supplies to get through the harsh winters in the north. Furthermore, they would craft a marketplace where the two nations could trade freely, leading to an improved business relationship between the two. But none of this could affect Xiaoxiao's desire to go back home. Did she want to go back to Dongshan village to celebrate the New Year's this year? Or should she bring her family into the capital to celebrate it instead? Since she wasn't sure herself, she wanted to go back earlier so that she could discuss this matter with her parents. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, hoped every day for a giant snowstorm. That way, they would be stuck here in the north, unable to travel. If that happened, he would be able to celebrate the New Year's with the little lass himself, just the two of them. Naturally, if he could also find a way to get rid of that eyesore, Chief Steward Su, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate with his wish. The 11th month pretty much only had clear skies and bright sun every single day. He began to find every excuse he could to delay their departure back, but his anticipated blizzard never appeared during that time. Naturally, Su Ran, as a perceptive man, had long seen through his desires. Although he also wanted to spend a happy and bustling New Year's with that lass, Xiaoxiao, he didn't want that brat, Zhu Junyang, to get his heart's desire either. As Zhu Junyang was trying to find another excuse to delay Xiaoxiao heading back, Su Ran lampooned his idea with a single sentence: "If Royal Prince Yang is much too busy to go back, I can go in your stead and escort Xiaoxiao back to the capital." Zhu Junyang was infuriated by Chief Steward Su's suggestion. This stinking old eunuch was definitely doing this on purpose. He was definitely deliberately going against him and instigating that lass to go back to the capital earlier. What made the prince even more angry was that the little lass expressed her approval of Chief Steward Su's idea and was nodding her head in agreement. Did she truly want to leave him behind and head off with Su Ran alone, who only had a pretty face? Helpless in the face of the events, at the end of the 11th month, Zhu Junyang reluctantly journeyed off with Xiaoxiao back to the capital. Within their luggage, they had added a few carts of valuable fur pelts as well. Naturally, the most expensive items that they were bringing back home, the rare and hard-to-find medicinal herbs, were all stored within Xiaoxiao's medicine box. At the start of the 12th month, Xiaoxiao finally arrived back at the capital. In the midst of a windy and snowy day, she obtained the news that Fang Zizhen and his wife were waiting to welcome their adopted daughter home at the Shili Pavilion in a suburb outside of the capital. "Godfather, Godmother, It's such a cold day yet you both still came out of the capital to welcome me. Yu Xiaoxiao exited the carriage and excitedly threw herself into Lady Fang's arms. After spending almost 2 months away from the capital, the closer she got to the city, the more Xiaoxiao reminisced about her time there and missed her relatives. The fact that her godfather and godmother came out to welcome her back had touched her greatly and made her feel very fortunate. She also had people who missed her. Lady Fang carefully inspected her goddaughter from head to toe. She noticed that Xiaoxiao's complexion was bright and rosy and it looked like she had gained a bit of weight as her cheeks felt much more soft under the gentle pinch of her hand. She helped the little lass to stand up straight and discovered that her daughter had seemed to have grown a bit taller. Furthermore, the girl's body had added a bit more curve to it and she now resembled a little flower that was gradually blooming, beautiful and stunning. She felt herself relax and revealed a smile. Your godfather, started to inquire after your whereabouts right at the start of the 12th month. A few days ago, he found out from Imperial Prince Jing's estate that you would probably be back within the next 2 days, so he couldn't sit still anymore. He ran out here every day. In fact, even snow didn't stop him from heading out. I secretly calculated a bit and thought that you would likely be back by today, so I headed out with him. And see, it looks like my hunch was right. I truly did pick the right day. Doesn't that show that us two have our hearts linked together? Yu Xiaoxiao hugged her godmother's arm and swayed a bit as she chirped in a sweet voice. Does that mean only godfather was waiting for me? Godmother, does that mean you weren't excited about me coming back? How could she not miss you? Right after you left the capital, she began to incessantly mutter into my ears. As a girl, do you think Cower will be able to get used to life at the border? Is Cower at the stud farm at the border yet? Will Cower be bullied by the horses? When will Cower come back? Cower should be back by now, right? Why has she been gone for so long? It couldn't be that something has happened, right? She was like a broken record that it made my head spin every day. Even your younger brother learned from her and began to ask when his older sister would come back. Fang Zizhen roasted his wife as he gently stroked his daughter's black and silky hair with a fake helpless expression on his face. Zhu Junyang silently stood at the side and waited until the three of them had finished their conversation before he sidled forward to wish his two future in-laws well. However, all he got in return was a disdainful eye roll from General Fang. It was this fellow who took his daughter off to the Forsaken border to help him establish a horse breeding farm. Having a young maiden live in the crude and harsh conditions of the border front in order to build a stud farm was only an idea this brat could come up with. Fang Zizhen directly ignored Zhu Junyang, who was a royal prince, and instead warmly greeted Chief Steward Su and even thanked him for taking good care of his goddaughter. Zhu Junyang. Clearly it was this prince who had been taking care of the little lass, all right. How was any of this related to that stinking old eunuch? If you want to chatter, do it once we get back to the capital. It's windy and snowing right now, so we shouldn't let our daughter get exposed to the cold. Lady Fang pulled on her daughter's hand and led her onto Xiaoxiao's carriage. After entering the carriage, she discovered that the inside was wide and spacious and had been appropriately supplied. There were fur blankets in the carriage and plump cushions on the seats to make sitting more comfortable. Furthermore, the carriage had a warm and welcoming brazier in the corner, which made the entire inside cozy and at a comfortable temperature. Only then did Lady Fang relax after seeing all of this. Xiaoxiao nestled next to her godmother and the two of them began to chat about the residence. Lady Fang told her some good news. When your father and mother found out that you had been sent to the border on a mission and that you wouldn't be back until the 12th month, they couldn't bear for you to make another journey to Tanggu Town and decided to bring their entire family over to the capital at the end of the month. My parents are coming to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. Then what about their business in Tanggu Town? Their farmstead in Tanggu Town had over 1,000 mu in land that was cultivating out-of-season vegetables under greenhouse pavilions. Normally, her father and her eldest brother manage the day-to-day operations, so is it truly okay for them to leave at this time? Lady Fang patted her daughter's hand and said, are the stewards at the farmstead eating and drinking for nothing? If every owner of land and business had to manage everything themselves, then what's the point of having stewards? You, at such a young age, really like to worry over things. It's not the first year that your family has grown vegetables out of season in greenhouses and there are so many experienced hands on the farmstead. Your parents will only be gone for less than a month, so what sort of problems could arise then? You are right. Steward Ding, who is in charge of the greenhouses, is quite capable despite his young age. This is also the right time to test him. If he's unable to handle everything, then it's better we find a new steward to take his place instead. That way, we can avoid my father and eldest brother becoming overtired from working so hard. Yu Xiaoxiao forcefully nodded her head in agreement. Lady Fang tapped her head and lightly said, "You must be tired after traveling so long, right? Come lean against me and sleep for a bit. When we get back home, I'll wake you up. We'll first go back to the general's residence as your younger brother has been asking after you for days. If you didn't come back soon, I'm sure he would throw a huge temper tantrum." The younger brother that Lady Fang was referring to was naturally her blood-related son, Fang Haolin, who had just turned 3 this year. Because Xiaoxiao had spent most of her time in the capital these past few years and was often at the general's residence to keep her godfather and godmother company, her relationship with little Linlin was better than most relationships that biological siblings had with each other. If the little fellow didn't see his older sister for 2 days, he would immediately become unhappy and would even refuse his loving mother as he scampered away on his 2 little legs to find his older sister at the Yu residence. When they got to the general's residence, Su Ran said his farewells as he had to go see the emperor. After all, the emperor was still waiting for him to report on all of the matters that had occurred at the stud farm. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, was quite happy to see this brazen-faced fellow leave and drank a cup of tea. Unfortunately, Fang Zizhen only received him in the study at the outer residence, so the prince could only blankly watch as the little lass turned around and headed through the drooping flower gate with a crowd of maidservants waiting for her in the inner residence. Xiaoxiao, who had just entered the inner residence, had her legs immediately hugged by the little fellow, Fang Haolin. She bent over and hoisted the little fellow up and enthusiastically kissed the little boy a few times on his pudgy cheeks. "Be careful, this fellow is not light. Linner, your older sister is very tired after spending the whole day traveling in the carriage. Don't make your older sister overtired." Lady Fang helped Xiaoxiao prop the little boy up from the side. Her son had been so slight and weak when he was first born, but after being treated by her daughter, he had a ravenous appetite and continued to gain weight. In addition, he was wrapped up from head to toe in winter clothes and currently resembled a plump little meatball. "Mother, Linlin is not fat." Linlin got taller. The little fellow hated people calling him fat the most. Thus, he often claimed that he didn't gain weight and instead grew in height, which was why he was heavier. Xiaoxiao let out a peal of laughter after being amused by the little fellow. When the little fellow began to pout out of anger, she hurriedly agreed with his previous statement, "That's right. Linlin is now a couple centimeters taller than he was before I left. In a few more years, you'll be taller than older sister." When Fang Haolin heard this, he revealed a brilliant and angelic-looking smile as he vigorously nodded his head. "I absolutely have to be taller than older sister. A shorty would not be able to marry a wife." "Ha ha, you're so young but you already want to marry a wife. Do you have a particular young maiden in mind?" Yu Xiaoxiao grinned as she made fun of him. Lady Fang suppressed a laugh and smiled. "A few days ago, I brought him to the imperial tutor's residence to admire the plum blossoms." Lady Fang's youngest son had just added a daughter to his family. That little girl baby was adorable and pretty with a pair of luminous inky black eyes and long, lush eyelashes. Her entire body was soft and sweet with a hint of a milky smell. This little guy insisted on hugging her, so Lady Feng made a joke that she should become his wife. This little guy shamelessly nodded his head in agreement. Lady Fang didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she recalled what had happened. When we were about to leave, this guy even threw a tantrum stating that he wanted to bring his little wife back. Lady Feng and I tried to calm him down, but, in the end, only Lady Feng's youngest daughter-in-law managed to placate him by stating that he could only marry a wife once he reached his father's height. This is the reason why he now states that shorties are not able to find wives. Our little Linlin really wants to marry a wife. If you want to grow taller, then you can't be as picky as you were before. You need to eat less meat. Otherwise, you'll only grow horizontally and not vertically. Furthermore, you need to eat more vegetables and exercise more. Every day you should run laps in the practice arena and you shouldn't slack off on practicing martial arts. Fang Haolan wrinkled his nose after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's opinions. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and blurted out that he didn't want to find a wife anymore. Fang Haolan loved to eat meat the most. If the meal didn't have any meat, then he refused to eat. Furthermore, he hated eating vegetables the most, especially the leafy green ones. Since he was already 3 years old, General Fang had already started to instruct him in the basics of strengthening his body in martial arts. However, Fang Zizhen often had to leave the capital to head to Tanggu town, and Lady Fang really doted on her son, so the little boy only lazily practiced these skills every few days or so. Making him change his eating habits as well as increasing his exercise regime was something the little fellow was deathly against. When she saw that the little fellow was starting to pout again, Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, "Don't you want to become a big hero like your father, who's a great general?" When she saw that he responded immediately by nodding his head in agreement, she pressed forward with her advantage. The reason why father's martial arts are so good is because he worked very hard in training his skills when he was young. Just think about it. If you go on the battlefield without even the strength to hold onto a sword, then you can only get beaten down when the enemy appears because you are weak. Just look, I can easily push you down with just a tiny bit of force. If I, a weak little maiden, can even push you over, then how could you possibly become a big hero? Instead, you're just a weakling. Linlin is not a big weakling. Linlin will become a great hero when I get older and help older sister beat away the bad guys. Tears had come to Fang Haolan's eyes after being pushed around by his older sister. However, he had an obstinate expression on his face as he stated, "Tomorrow, Linlin will start to practice martial arts and I won't slack off anymore." Lady Fang looked incredibly gratified after hearing this and smiled. "Linner still listens the most to you, his older sister. Every day I nag him over and over and use all sorts of methods, but he's never agreed so readily like this. Even when his father shows him a stern face and reprimands him, he still stubbornly holds on to his convictions. The fact that you were able to make him agree so readily to agree to train is something that your father would be incredibly happy to hear." "What would make me happy to hear?" At this moment, Fang Zizhen had just entered the inner courtyard. He had noticed his wife and daughter were both in the main hall having a conversation, so he came over and picked up his fat son from his daughter's hands, throwing him up into the air a few times. Fang Haolan giggled happily as flying up in the air was his favorite game that he played with his father. "Your precious son has made the decision that he's going to train hard. Are you happy or not by this?" Lady Fang leveled a glare at her husband and snatched her son back, placing him on the warm couch. Fang Zizhen looked appreciatively at his son and spoke. To Xiaoxiao, "Daughter, it must be you who managed to convince him, right? This little fellow will only listen to you when he has a stubborn streak going on. He's so little yet I don't know where he learned this from. He has such a temper. Are there other fathers who speak about their sons in this way? Wasn't Linner still young in the past? After the New Year's, our Linner will be older by a year again, so he'll be more mature and will improve more." Lady Fang only bore her precious son after reaching the age of 40. Thus, she normally spoiled him to no end and couldn't bear to say a single harsh word to him. Fang Zizhen glanced at his wife and earnestly persuaded, "Wife, please remember the saying that a doting mother often ruins a son. In my opinion, we should hire a strict boxing tutor for our son so that he'll learn the basics well. What do you think? Otherwise, it's likely that with our soft hearts that we won't be able to let him truly learn what he needs to learn." Although Lady Fang was still a bit reluctant in her heart, she also knew that her husband was right in this situation. She gently stroked her son's soft hair and managed to eke out a nod in reply. "Okay. Go see if there's anyone among the people below you who has a good handle of the foundations. The best would be to find someone who has a bit more patience and doesn't have a bad temper. After all, Linner is still small." "All right then, I will handle everything for this matter. I know what needs to be done." Although Fang Zizhen verbally agreed with his wife's request, in his heart, he became even more convinced that he needed to find a strict tutor for his son. Yu Xiaoxiao pinched the cheeks of Fang Haolan, who had scrambled up onto her lap and was nestled against her chest, and then said, "I have a recipe for medicinal baths on my hands. When the time comes, I'll make sure to alter it appropriately to suit my younger brother's needs. This bath can strengthen his bones and muscles and relieve exhaustion and fatigue. That way, He won't have to endure too much aches and pains after exercising hard. Thank you, older sister. Older sister, you're the best. Fang Haolin wasn't someone who was stubborn beyond means and didn't know how to think. After all, he was still young and had never experienced the cruelties of life before. Every time his father made him practice martial arts, his whole body would ache from head to toe the next day as if someone had given him a beating. This was the reason he did everything within his power, such as acting cute, to get away from having to do more. Once he heard that his body wouldn't ache after practicing martial arts, the little fellow immediately became much more enthused. As for his older sister, who seemed to know everything, the little fellow now liked and worshipped her even more. Lady Fang watched fondly as the two siblings revealed their harmonious relationship with each other and revealed a gratified smile. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly had Linglong take out a large red wedding invitation from her grooming case, placing it into Xiao Xiao's hands. This is the wedding invitation from the Zhou family's heir. He first sent it to your residence, but when he found out that you had left to handle some affairs, he personally came over to our residence to have us tell you instead. The Zhou family's heir, who was that? Yu Xiaoxiao looked puzzled for a bit, and only after she opened the invitation did she realize that Junshou Restaurant's third young master Zhou had now become the acknowledged heir of the Zhou family. Oh ho! This fellow had wordlessly even found his future wife and was going to get married on the 16th of this month. After thinking about it, she realized that this fellow Zhou Zixu was older than her by 6 years and would be 22 after the New Year's. It truly was the right time for him to marry a wife and beget children now. Time really passed too quickly. At that time, when her family was still incredibly poor and in hard times, she had coincidentally come across third young master Zhou, who was 14 at the time. He had been a youthful and handsome young teenager then. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 years had already passed. She herself had grown from a small little cabbage in a rural village to become a royal princess who helped the emperor with his affairs. Furthermore, the many businesses under her hands were all roaring and doing quite well. As for third young master Zhou, he had already become a successful businessman. Not only did he expand Junshou Restaurant throughout the country, but his condiments, vermicelli and century eggs factory had also expanded such that its goods were now shipped everywhere. He had expanded the Zhou family's business by a large degree and helped them firmly keep their imperial merchant status. This status naturally made it easier for him to conduct more business. Yu Xiaoxiao held onto the invitation and signed reminiscently. She and third young master Zhou had started off in a mutually beneficial relationship. Third young master Zhou needed her abilities to help forge a way within his complicated family and create a stable position for himself. As for herself, she needed a fast way to make money to change her family's poor and embarrassing state. At that time, the two of them were like two weak little creatures who relied on each other for warmth and strength as they slowly grew up in this world. Before she knew it, that tough and stubborn youth had already reached the age where he was going to marry a wife. How come she suddenly had a feeling that she was suddenly going to lose a son after he became an adult? Fang Zizhen had noticed that his daughter had been sighing repeatedly over this and couldn't help but start thinking down the rabbit hole. He carefully probed, "Daughter, despite the Zhou family's wealth, this heir of the Zhou family is still a merchant when all is said and done. When considering a marriage, one must remember that it is best of people of similar statuses to be matched with each other. The person he's going to marry is the daughter of the Huang family, who are also imperial merchants. Thus, it looks like they are well matched in this aspect. Oh, he's going to marry the daughter from the Huang family, one of the 4 great merchant families of the empire. Is this a marriage of convenience for the two families? Yu Xiaoxiao frowned even more deeply as she was afraid that this fellow was trying to sacrifice his own future happiness for the sake of his family. A marriage that benefits the family isn't necessarily one that leads to unhappiness for the individual. That fellow surnamed Zhou doesn't really have a lot of relationship with us and is mostly just considered a business partner for you. He's already an adult man, so I'm sure he can make his own decisions. Let's not worry too much about him." Previously, Fang Zizhen had once considered this fellow as a match for his goddaughter as he had seen how well he had treated Xiaoxiao. However, when he realized that Zhou Zixu only had his mind and soul on improving his family's business, Fang Zizhen decided to pass on this fellow as a prospective marriage candidate. He definitely didn't want his future son-in-law to only be preoccupied with the family business, leaving his daughter alone to live a lonely life in the inner courtyard. Furthermore, perhaps the fellow only saw his daughter's abilities and talents as a way to further the family business. Neither of these scenarios was something he wanted for his daughter. At the time, his daughter might have been too young and not mature enough to consider the relationship she could have with the opposite sex. He rejoiced in the fact that she hadn't been entranced by that fellow's good looks and gentle treatment of her. Naturally, this also couldn't be separated from the fact that the tyrannical royal Prince Yong had clung onto her, which put out the Zhou family's youngster's slight flame of desire. Fang Zizhen felt his head ache again once he thought about royal Prince Yong. In his opinion, royal Prince Yong wasn't the best choice of husband for his daughter despite the fact that he was the youth with the most promising future at court. First of all, that fellow had an explosive temperament. The prince was like an unsteady cannon that could explode at any time. After all, didn't the prince almost completely destroy official Wu's residence earlier? If it wasn't for the fact that the prince's 2 loyal bodyguards had given their all to stop him, then it was likely that the whole Wu family would have perished at his hands. His daughter had a weak figure with slender arms and legs, so she absolutely wouldn't be able to survive one blow from him. Even if his daughter could stop him from bursting into violence, wasn't the fellow just too good-looking as well? Was it really all right for an adult man to be more beautiful and better looking than most women? If this guy didn't have his violent and temperamental reputation, Fang Zizhen was willing to bet that almost all of the young maidens in the capital would be willing to go up to the guy and stick themselves to him. If his daughter ended up choosing royal Prince Yong as her husband, wouldn't she have to guard him from wolves every day and have to try to stop other women from throwing themselves at him? Arg, the emperor was truly too much. Why did he have to send a little girl out to handle official work and also allow that large wolf, royal Prince Yong, go along with her? The capital already had many rumors swirling about how royal Prince Yong had his eye on royal Princess Jinan. If this news also came out, who knew what the rumor mongers would spin this story into? HMPH. Regardless, he couldn't allow any of this to benefit that brat, royal Prince Yong. If that guy refused to treat his daughter well and keep her as his one and only, Fang Zizhen was willing to raise his daughter for the rest of her life rather than allow her to be tormented at the royal prince's residence. That being said, it was not as if royal Prince Yong was the only suitor available for his daughter. The second young master of Duke Ronggu's estate was cultured and refined, and it was obvious the man had a gentle temperament. From what he had observed, it seemed as if second young master Ning had some good feelings towards his daughter. Furthermore, there was his martial teacher's grandson, Zhao Han. He had a handsome appearance and was also childhood friends with Xiao Cao. Currently, that youth was doing quite well in Tanggu. By relying on his own abilities, Zhao Han was already the head of a battalion there. As for the large and small military campaigns at sea, he always managed to complete the missions in a satisfactory manner. Fang Zizhen was in charge of the garrison at the harbor, so he was very close to where Zhao Han was stationed. In addition, because he had a close relationship with his martial teacher, he had always kept an eye out on this young marital nephew of his. He was quite satisfied with the youth's performance. Furthermore, the Zhao family had a family rule where they didn't take concubines, which made Fang Zizhen even more satisfied with the youngster. All in all, his daughter didn't have to worry about not being able to marry someone. Thus, she didn't need to place all of her hopes on the crooked tree that was royal Prince Yong. Yu Xiaocao obviously didn't know that her godfather had gone through all of the marriageable young men in the capital in the blink of an eye, weighing them to see if they were suitable and finding royal Prince Yong quite lacking. She was currently preoccupied with her own thoughts as she was trying to figure out just what sort of wedding gift she should give third young Master Zhou, who was her good business partner. Figuring out the intricacies in a relationship was not one of her strengths. In her opinion, things were much simpler in modern times. When friends got married, all you had to do was give them some wedding money. If you were closer to the person, you gave more money. If you were not as close, you gave less. This saved the hassle of trying to figure out what was a suitable gift to give to the other person. Daughter, just what are you thinking about now? Fang Zizhen noticed that Xiao Cao was frowning and had a depressed expression on her face, so he felt his heart drop. Was it possible that his daughter had finally realized she liked that youngster surnamed Joe after she saw the wedding invitation? General Fang, you're going down the wrong rabbit hole. Yu Xiaoxiao's frown became even more severe and her entire face scrunched up as she sighed. I'm trying to figure out just what sort of wedding gift is appropriate to give to third young master Zhou. When Fang Zizhen heard this, he felt his heart completely relax. He grinned and spread his hands open. Your godmother is the one who's in charge of these matters. Why don't you ask her? Lady Fang smiled ruefully and leveled a look at her husband before she said to Xiaoxiao, gift-giving requires paying attention to reciprocity. Last time, during your coming-of-age ceremony, third young master Zhou not only took on all of the banquet's expenditures but he also gifted you an expensive hair ornament. This time, you can select a gift that is of equal value to give back to him. It is best that you tailor the gift to his personal likes. For example, if he likes antiquities, then you can give him some valuable curiosities. Or if he likes more tangible goods, then you can give him gold and jade. If you truly don't have any good ideas, after you rest for a whole day, I can take you out to some jewelry shops to take a look. Alright, then I'll have to rely on you, godmother. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and finally felt as if this headache was over. If all else failed, she could always commission an artisan to craft a golden money tree to give to third young master Zhou. As a businessman, he likely cared about good omens. In order to get back to the capital faster, Xiaoxiao and the others had taken advantage of the good weather and made good speed to get back here, camping along the way. After she conversed a bit with her godmother and godfather, she finally felt her exhaustion catch up to her. Lady Fang hurriedly sent her back to her own courtyard and the servants there had already prepared hot water and were just waiting for her. Yu Xiaoxiao enjoyed a comfortable hot bath and ate a simple lunch before she immediately fell asleep. She slept until the latter half of the evening and it was only the growling of her hungry stomach that woke her up. Lady Fang had already ordered the servants to bring back dinner for her and it was quickly heated up in her small kitchen. After she hastily stuffed her stomach full, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly went back to sleep. The next day, when Royal Prince Yang came over to visit, she was still happily snoring away on her warm and comfortable Kong bed. Fang Zizhen had finished up his affairs at the harbor and was currently on his year-end break. Thus, he received Royal Prince Yang at the outer study and was currently talking circles around the other man. The conversation somehow never seemed to touch upon his daughter. Zhu Junyang was helpless under the other man's tactics and could only use official matters as an excuse to bring the topic to where he wanted. Yesterday when I saw the emperor, he was quite interested in Kaur's special recipe to bait horses over. He wanted me to get the recipe from her so he could take a look at it. So, Your Highness, please conduct yourself with propriety. In the future, the name, Kaur, should not be easily said around other people. In the past, when my daughter was still young, it wasn't necessary to observe these customs around her. However, she has already reached a marriageable age, so, in the future, you need to be much more cautious when speaking about her. Although Fang Zizhen didn't make his dislike of the prince extremely obvious, he wasn't going to make it easy for this fellow who clearly didn't have pure thoughts towards his daughter. Zhu Junyang would have never had expected that before he could endure difficulties from his future father-in-law, he would first have to endure the pickiness of his future godfather-in-law. However, he refused to retreat from this matter and smiled in a good-natured way. General Fang, that last Kaur has already agreed to become engaged to me after the new year passes. Thus, there's no need for us to be too concerned about propriety now. Who agreed to allow you two to become engaged? This is called making a private deal behind the parents' backs. My daughter is still young and quite immature, but you, Royal Prince Yang, should understand how things are done around here, right? If you want to become betrothed to Kaur, don't you need to make sure your elders also approve of this? You're being much too negligent, right? Is it because you think my Kaur has no backing nor power behind her? I've never seen such a bully like you before. That's not okay. I need to go to Imperial Prince Jing's estate and have a good talk with your Lord Father. When Fang Zizhen heard this, he immediately exploded. This stinky brat was flaunting his stunning good looks in order to seduce his daughter and even obtain her consent for marriage. This was showing the Yu and Fang families that he wasn't afraid of them at all. General Fang, please calm down. Please don't tack on the crime of going behind our parents onto us. The relationship between me and Cower didn't just happen out of nowhere. In the past, when the lass was still young, I had privately contacted Uncle Yu to see what he thought about betrothing her to me in hopes that I could obtain his approval. However, Uncle Yu had said at the time that the little lass was in charge of her own life and that any marriage for her needed her consent before it could go forward. I spent a lot of time and effort over the past few years in order to have the lass finally agree to marry me. If you don't trust me, then you should at least trust your daughter's judgment. When has she ever gone wrong? Zhu Junyang knew that the relationship between Yu Xiaoxiao and Fang Zizhen was of the same caliber as the one she had with her biological father. Thus, he patiently explained all of the details to the older man. I naturally trust my own daughter. However, parents and matchmakers should be the one to decide a child's marriage. It is out of the ordinary for the two of you, at such a young age, to make such a momentous decision. This decision cannot hold as neither myself nor brother Yu have given our permission yet. If you want to trick our daughter away from us, we definitely won't make it easy for you. Fang Zizhen slapped the table forcefully, causing all of the trinkets and other items to bounce at least a foot in the air. Zhu Junyang hurriedly tried to placate his future godfather-in-law. Uncle Fang, please relax. I will absolutely go through all of the needed etiquettes and customs for this matter. I absolutely won't have anyone say a bad word about the little lass. After a month has passed after the New Year's, I will have my Lord Father come to your residence to propose marriage with the 3 letters and 6 rites. We absolutely will not shirk one bit on anything on our part. Furthermore, I will absolutely follow the Emperor's recommendation and will wait until the little lass turns 18 before I marry her. So what do you? As soon as he heard that the prince was willing to wait until his daughter turned 18 to marry her, the indignation within Fang Zizhen's heart settled down perceptibly. Although the court had recommended that women wait until they were 18 and men wait until they turned 20 to marry, there was still the pressure of the old customs from long ago. Change didn't happen in a short period of time. Within the commoners, most girls still got engaged and married as soon as they passed their coming-of-age ceremony. Royal Prince Yang was actually older than Cower by 7 to 8 years, and many of the other young lords his age in the capital had long been married with a herd of children around them. Despite that, the prince was willing to wait patiently for another 2 years. Fang Zizhen naturally felt the young man's sincerity from that. The uncomfortable feeling he had in his heart after finding out that his daughter had been snatched away had been slightly ameliorated. Fang Zizhen still asked the youth suspiciously, "Tell me the truth. This time, when you guys went to the borders, did you take advantage of Cower in any way? After all, why else would she so easily agree to marry you? My Cower is such a sweet and obedient child, so how could she make such a momentous decision without obtaining the consent of her elders?" Zhu Junyang naturally wouldn't tell the older man that the two of them had already hugged and kissed each other. Otherwise, his future godfather-in-law would definitely explode in anger and start throwing the stool he was sitting on at him. He seriously replied, "Uncle Fang, just what sort of man do you think I am?" This time, Cower had brought along 4 maid servants along with her to complete this mission. The maid, Wudong, was especially diligent. Every day she kept a close eye on us. Even if I had the desire to take advantage of your daughter, I never had the opportunity with the maids along. What do you think? You dare to have improper thoughts towards my daughter? You shameless little brat. Fang Zizhen immediately stood up and looked around before he picked up a paperweight. He was planning on throwing it at Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang hurriedly exclaimed, "Uncle Fang, please wait. This paperweight was given to you by Xiaoxiao, who especially picked it out for you. Regardless of how valuable it is, do you really think you can bear to break something that she's given to you?" When he saw Fang Zizhen hesitate in his throwing motion, the prince continued on, "Uncle Fang, you've misunderstood me. Just think about it, I've watched that last Cower grow up under my eyes, so how could I possibly treat her poorly? That being said, other than that maid Wudong, Chief Steward Su was also there keeping an eye on us. You don't know this yet, but Chief Steward Su treats Cower as if she was his own daughter in every possible way, and he's extremely docile and gentle with her. From my perspective, it looks like he's trying to steal your daughter away from you. This guy was truly too much. In order to obtain his future in-law's trust, he was willing to crown himself as a beast. As long as he was able to hug his little lass home, he was more than happy to have Beast as his name. Author. Royal Prince Yong, where's your integrity? Royal Prince Yong sends out a glare. What is integrity? Can that be eaten? Fang Zizhen's attention had been successfully transferred over to Chief Steward Su now. What? Chief Steward Su wanted to steal his daughter away. How could that be okay? Fang Zizhen really couldn't do much against his daughter's biological father. However, why did an eunuch also need to come into the mix? Did the guy want to steal someone else's daughter because he was unable to father his own? Furthermore, that fellow wore all white every day of the year and had severe mysophobia. In addition, the other man's tactics at handling people was enough to scare children, and his moods changed all the time. In all aspects, this guy was definitely not a good father, so he needed to make sure the eunuch didn't end up influencing his daughter in the wrong way. Not okay. In the future, he needed to prevent that fellow from getting too close to his daughter. However, Chief Steward Su was the head of the hidden guards and had a wide reach. Was he really going to be able to stop the other man? Uncle Fang, I truly have something that I need to see Xiaoxiao about. Can you be a bit flexible and let me see her? If you don't feel comfortable, then you can be present in the same room as us. That way you can see if I am improper in any way. Zhu Junyang was willing to concede some things in order to win the overall battle, as he truly wished to see the little lass. Arg, why was it so hard for him to even see his future wife in person? Fang Zizhen stared at Zhu Junyang for a long time before he finally curled his lip and waved a hand. He stated in a voice that showed he was conveying a great favor, "Forget it, I may not trust you, but how could I not trust my own daughter? Go I'm only giving you 2 hours and it's not negotiable. Don't even think of trying to cadge a meal from us." Zhu Junyang's lips involuntarily twitched. He had originally wanted to spend time with the little lass at the noon meal. It looked like he needed to work on Lady Fang on this point now. "Master, are we going to misuse courtyard now? I'm not sure if that lass, Wudong, is here or at the Yu residence right now." The second sentence that Hu Xiaoliang uttered was mostly for himself. "Oh what, you're interested in that maidservant?" Zhu Junyang glanced at his own assistant. Ever since Dong Dali had been transferred over to the Qishan barracks to take over leadership there, Hu Xiaoliang had been at his side. Perhaps the youth was of a tender age, but the fellow was not as steady as Dong Dali and had a livelier personality. However, he still managed to finish his tasks and assignments in a satisfactory manner. Hu Xiaoliang chuckled and candidly admitted his thoughts. "That's right. Wudong has a pleasant appearance, is loyal and reliable, and is quite capable and clever. I haven't even worn the sweater and gloves she knitted for me because I don't want them to get dirty or ruined. She's also gentle without being a pushover, so I think she's quite good. You need to make sure you think things through. In the future, Wudong will likely stay by Cower's side and be the chief manager of her courtyard. As for you, you can just look at older brother Dong to see what your future is like. In the future, it's quite likely that you'll become a 5th or 6th ranked general. At that time, other people may mock you for marrying a maidservant and you may not be able to hold your head up high among your colleagues. Don't blame this prince then when it happens." Zhu Junyang reminded the other fellow a bit. However, Hu Xiaoliang wasn't the least bit grateful. "Master, this subordinate has no aspirations. Being able to stay by your side, running your errands, is already more than enough for me. I've really never thought of entering the military and becoming an official. This subordinate has already decided that it's best for me to stay by your side for the rest of my life as your assistant. After all, wouldn't I have more freedom doing this than going into the military? Just look at you with your lack of ambitions. For the sake of your wife, are you willing to give up officialdom? In the future, I'm sure you'll become a hen-pecked man and be completely controlled by your wife." Zhu Junyang jokingly scolded his assistant. Hu Xiaoliang gathered his courage and grinned mischievously. A certain type of master will have the same type of servant. This subordinate is only taking a page out of the master's book, that's all. I still need to continue to study from you so I can bring the beauty home earlier. Stinky brat, who gave you the guts to make fun of this prince? You're looking for a beating, right? Zhu Junyang turned around and swiftly sent a not gentle kick at the youth's butt. Even though Hu Xiaoliang had taken precautions, he still wasn't able to avoid his master's fast reprisal. Greetings to Royal Prince Yang. The sound of Wudong's voice could be heard from behind the plum blossom glade. Hu Xiaoliang's eyes, which weren't very large but were full of life, immediately lit up. He raised his head and saw a graceful, simply dressed figure through the picturesque scene of the plum blossoms. The fiery red flowers contrasted beautifully with her pale, white face. Hu Xiaoliang immediately fell under her spell. Zhu Junyang quietly rebuked, such an embarrassment. Then he looked at Wudong, who was wearing a cloak made of weasel fur, and asked, "Is your young miss up yet? How did she rest last night?" Wudong appropriately replied in a decorous manner, "In reply to your highness, my young miss has been awake for quite a bit. She is currently with Lady Fang discussing her plans for tomorrow. The young miss slept very well last night and seems to be in good spirits today." "Younger sister Wudong, are you?" Hu Xiaoliang came over in a flattering manner and was trying to find some way to have a conversation with her. Wudong glanced at him briefly and quietly replied, "The red plum blossoms in the courtyard are quite beautiful right now, so this servant was planning on cutting a few branches to place them in a vase to decorate the inner room." "Younger sister Wudong, which branches do you like? If you need any help in cutting them, please feel free to ask me." Hu Xiaoliang sidled over and stood next to her. He looked in the direction that she was facing and gazed at the plum blossoms. Wudong increased the distance between them by a couple of steps and shook her head at him in a distant manner. "No need to trouble yourself, bodyguard Hu. The plum blossom trees are not very tall, so this servant can easily reach the branches. Your master has already left, so why aren't you following him? The master has matters to discuss with your young miss and doesn't need me by his side. Younger sister Wudong, don't be too courteous. If there's anything you need help with, give me a holler." Hu Xiaoliang warmly sidled over, which frightened Wudong into stepping back. She couldn't persuade him otherwise, so Wudong hurriedly offered the ceramic container in her hands towards him and said, "How about you help me gather the snow that is underneath the plum blossom petals? Remember, you can only gather the bit of snow that has touched any fallen petals." Hu Xiaoliang saw that he finally obtained his chance to spend more time with Wudong, so he eagerly took the container and idly chatted, "Younger sister Wudong, is the snow that we're gathering going to be used to brew flower blossom tea? Could I possibly have the honor of trying the tea that you've personally brewed? You, just do your job, okay? If you do well, then next summer, I absolutely won't forget to give you a share of the tea that is brewed from flower-scented snow. The plum trees are blooming quite nicely over there, so I'm going to take a look." Wudong was a bit flustered by Hu Xiaoliang's actions and was trying to think of ways to dodge this fellow who was acting oddly. How could Hu Xiaoliang let go of this good opportunity? He hurriedly followed after her with the container in hand. "Let's go together. I'm pretty good at climbing trees and I might be able to help. Hey, younger sister Wudong, walk a bit slower as it's slippery around here." As those two talked, Zhu Junyang walked familiarly along the paths that lead to Xiaoxiao's courtyard. The young maid servants stationed there all knew who he was. The maid in charge of keeping an eye on the gate hastily jogged forward to announce his presence to her mistress but was only about a second or two faster than the long-legged royal Prince Yang from reaching the main room. Lady Fang had come over early in the morning with her clingy son in tow. Right now, she was fondly watching as her son and daughter horsed around on the warm Kong bed. Her daughter, who was usually quite mature, was teasing her son quite mercilessly. Her son, on the other hand, foolishly took it in stride and allowed his older sister to play around with him. His hair had been tied up with a red string and there was bright red blush on his cheeks, making his face resemble a monkey's bottom. It truly was a sight for people to behold. Despite that, the little fellow giggled happily and had a brilliant smile on his face. When she heard the young maidservant report that Royal Prince Yang had come by, Lady Fang smiled knowingly at her daughter and lightly chuckled. "It's only been one night since he last saw you yet he still comes over like a little begging puppy. Do you think Royal Prince Yang plans on hanging himself from your waistband now? Godmother, are there mothers like you in this world who make fun of their daughters in this way?" Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned bright red and her large eyes had a bit of bashfulness in them. The two of them weren't able to say much more before they heard Yingchun on the outside greeting Royal Prince Yang. Lady Fang glanced at her daughter mirthfully again. Speaking of Royal Prince Yang, Lady Fang was quite pleased by his behavior in the past few years. If one was evaluating Xiaoxiao by the standards of nobly born maidens in the capital, she didn't hit the mark of being graceful or gentle enough in either speech or decorum. Although her personality was able to attract the attention of some youths, she still wasn't an ideal daughter-in-law in the eyes of many matrons. Sometimes she wanted to make the hard decision and invite an etiquette master over to instruct her daughter. However, she was also afraid that, by doing so, she would end up erasing her daughter's unique personality and transform her into another living doll like the other noble young maidens, who lived as if they had masks over their faces. On the flip side, if Xiaoxiao didn't learn these mannerisms, she was afraid that her daughter would have difficulty finding a good marriage in the future. Fortunately, Royal Prince Yang was present and he had always done his best to protect and shield her daughter. Furthermore, he accepted all of her quirks, even her wily little temper, shocking verbal discourses, and her lively and mischievous expressions. The most valuable thing was that even Royal Prince Yang's lady mother seemed to regard Xiaoxiao quite highly and was satisfied with her. In her youth, Princess Consort Jing hadn't been a maiden bound by the soulless shackles of decorum. Furthermore, Imperial Prince Jing spoiled her like a little princess. Because of this, she was much more tolerant of young maidens going outside of the norm in terms of speech or temperament. Xiaoxiao also helped her to heal her body and often helped her raise her rare and valuable flowers. This allowed Princess Consort Jing to have a lot of status in her circle of flower-loving matrons. During the little lass's coming-of-age ceremony, Prince Jing's estate had added quite a bit of honor and grandeur to her. Not only did the whole family come out to celebrate, but they also gave a bunch of expensive and valuable gifts to her, acting as her future in-laws. For many in the capital, the fact that the two families were going to be united in marriage was an iron-set thing. Zhu Junyang's obvious regard and affection for the little lass made Lady Fang feel much more relieved about their relationship. The prince was about to turn 23, yet he had kept himself chaste and celibate this entire time. There had never been a whiff of scandal between him and another young maiden. He never took a second glance at another maiden except for Xiaoxiao. Even the young ladies who stared at him with adoration and tried to get closer to him were all rebuffed by him with his signature icy cold glare. Thus, he froze all attempts by other women. However, no matter how cold and unfeeling Royal Prince Yang was, he didn't have the heart to scold his little lass with harsh words. He wouldn't even put on an attitude in front of her. Lady Fang believed that some of Xiaoxiao's actions and speech sometimes took advantage of Royal Prince Yang, but Royal Prince Yang would merely look at her dotingly. He would dismiss her unruly actions with a laugh and spoil her even more. Lady Fang was a blessed little woman. Although her husband was nothing more than an uncultured martial artist in other people's eyes, he treated her very well. They have been married for over 20 years, but the two of them had never gotten into an argument before. Even though her temper became a little more irritable over the years because she had yet to conceive a child, he had always endured her temper. She thought that she was her fault for being infertile, so she restrained her jealousy and took in a few concubines for him. However, he drove all the concubines out and said, "I don't want any other woman except you." She searched far and wide for doctors and inquired about various medicines that would cure her of her infertility. She just wanted to conceive a child that looked like him. But he comforted her and said, "Don't worry. Even if we're destined to have no children, we will still grow old together." When he learned that he might be the reason why the two of them couldn't conceive a child, he did not hide the fact from the world to protect his ego. Instead, he publicized that he was the reason that they were unable to conceive to help relieve the external pressure on her. He didn't know how to whisper sweet nothings to her, but he would always hold her hand to accompany her silently and comfort her when she was down. Others believed that she made the wrong choice by marrying him, but she knew from personal experience that it was not true. She was truly happy compared to other women. As for other women, their mothers-in-law would deliberately make things difficult for them. They would be ignored by their husbands, and they had to fight against numerous other concubines every day. What more could she ask for when she had a husband who loved her? Lady Fang believed that Royal Prince Yang and Imperial Prince Jing were the same kind of people as her husband. They were considerate men that would spoil their wives no matter what. If one met a man like them, why wouldn't one seize every opportunity to snatch him for oneself? Her daughter would be 16 years old once the new year starts, so it was time for her to start considering her daughter's marriage. As luck would have it, There was a man that treated her wholeheartedly, so there was nothing she had to nitpick about. Lady Fang looked at Royal Prince Yang like how a mother-in-law would look at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Fang Haolin was playing with his favorite sister on the Kong bed. When he heard the news that Royal Prince Yang was coming, he immediately had a change of affections and abandoned his favorite sister. He headed straight for Zhu Junyang, who had just walked in, and addressed him sweetly, "Brother-in-law. Does Linlin look handsome? You little traitor." Yu Xiaoxiao blushed bright red when she heard her younger brother address Zhu Junyang as brother-in-law. It was not a surprise that Zhu Junyang was loved by her younger brother. Every time he came to visit, he would bring a few toys from the West for the little guy. For example, he had gotten him a horse that could run after pulling its string, a mechanical music box, and an elaborate Russian nested doll. Thanks to these toys, Zhu Junyang successfully gained the little guy's trust and lured him into addressing him as brother-in-law. Xiaoxiao was angered to death by it. You look very handsome tilde. When Zhu Junyang saw how his little lass had messed with his future brother-in-law's appearance, he hesitated before he gave him a compliment against his will. Fang Haolin's clown-like appearance was extremely eye-catching. However, when he was faced with the little lad's enthusiasm and sparkling bright eyes asking to be praised, it was impossible for him to say, "It's ugly." "Brother-in-law, do I look as handsome as you?" The little lad looked at him expectantly. He was used to hearing her older sister mention that Zhu Junyang was a beautiful man, so he believed that Zhu Junyang was the beauty standard he needed to live up to. He believed that if he looked like his brother-in-law when he grew up, then he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife who was willing to marry him. Zhu Junyang had a helpless expression on his face when he looked at the little lass who was lying on the Kong bed and kicking her legs in laughter. He forced himself to squeeze out an ugly smile and nodded his head with difficulty and said, "You look more handsome than me." He had no choice since the little lad was his future brother-in-law. In order to be able to quickly marry his little lass, he needed to coax the people around her to like him. Fang Haolin's face was as red as a monkey's butt as he sat back on the Kong bed happily. He took the jumping frog toy that his brother-in-law had given him and studied it with his full attention. Once he pulled the string on the frog, it would jump very high upwards. It was very interesting. "Auntie, what are you discussing with Xiaoxiao?" Zhu Junyang paid his respect to Lady Fang and sat down. He noticed that there was a satisfied expression on her face. Lady Fang smiled gently while she helped Xiaoxiao wring the ball of yarn as she knit gloves at flying speed. She said in a soft voice, "I'm discussing with Xiaoxiao about what we should buy third young Master Zhou as a congratulatory gift tomorrow." "Third young Master Zhou, isn't he the head of the Zhou family? Is he getting married?" Zhu Junyang was very petty. He hadn't forgotten that he had once harbored some feelings for his little lass. Fortunately, he was able to nip the problem at its bud, otherwise, humph. "That's right, he's engaged to the daughter of a merchant family, the Huang family. I heard that the young lady had been learning business acumen from her father and older brothers in the past few years. As a result, she has developed a keen insight. The Huang family left her in charge of a few shops and the shops prospered under her hands. She is a very capable young woman." Lady Fang told the two everything she knew. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head when she heard Lady Fang's words and said, "That's good. In the future, third young Master Zhou will have an additional helping hand. If he married a soft, weak, and fragile young woman, then she'll be more than what he can deal with. It seems like you know that man with the surname Zhou pretty well. You even know his likes and dislikes." Zhu Junyang had to admit that he was being petty again. His words were laced with jealousy. Yu Xiaoxiao looked up and glanced at him. She sounded very confident as she said, "I'm just saying this from my point of view. If I were him, then I would definitely find someone who could help me instead of a pretty white flower who only knows how to cry all day. Of course, there are some men that like those types of women. It's uncertain whether he is one of them or not. I don't know what type of woman he likes, nor do I want to know. But I have to agree with your taste. I like someone who is efficient and capable." Zhu Junyang quickly expressed his agreement when he saw that his little lass seemed to be a little unhappy. "I can't control what type of woman you like. I don't want to be able to control it either." Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and continued to knit the gloves. The gloves were blue with white rhombus patterns. She was making it for Fang Haolan. Despite Lady Fang's presence in the room, Zhu Junyang hurriedly coaxed her like he was coaxing a child. Why are you leaving me all alone? I want you to control me. I'll love it if you can control me for the rest of my life. Cough, cough. Lady Fang coughed twice loudly when she was ignored. It seemed like Zhu Junyang was much better at whispering sweet nothings than her husband. His sappy speech made goosebumps rise all over her arm. Auntie, when the two of you head out tomorrow, will you need a guard? Zhu Junyang had a serious expression on his face when he offered his services. Lady Fang didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. How could he be so thick-skinned? Our family do not lack guards. Yu Xiaosao lazily rejected his offer. I'm very familiar with the capital. I can help you with a lot of things. Zhu Junyang continued to persist. My godmother was born and raised here. She's 20 years more familiar with the capital than you. It was a habit for Yu Xiaosao to go against him. Cower. Lady Fang rebuked and glared at her daughter. It seemed like her daughter treated Zhu Junyang too casually. However, when she turned to check on Zhu Junyang, she noticed that she seemed to be enjoying their banter. She couldn't help but defend him and said, Royal Prince Yang offered his services out of good intentions. You can't repay his goodwill with rudeness. If Royal Prince Yang doesn't have any matters to attend to tomorrow, then we will trouble you for your service. Auntie, you're acting too polite with me. Addressing me as Royal Prince Yang is too formal. You can address me as Yanger or Junyang. Zhu Junyang seized this opportunity to become closer to his future mother-in-law. His actions had successfully earned him an eye roll from the little lass. Then I'll accept your service. Junyang, do you know which jade shop in the capital sells the highest quality jade? The more Lady Fang examined him, the more she felt that Zhu Junyang was a perfect match for her daughter. He was handsome, rich, and talented. He also had a good temperament, as well as a promising future. It was hard to find another man like him. I believe the shop called Wisdom Jade Pavilion has just received a shipment of jade from Xinjiang. However, it will take them 2 days to open and fully examine the shipment to determine whether there is anything of value. Zhu Junyang's expression remained the same as he explained. Wisdom Jade Pavilion, doesn't that shop belong to your family? There were many prosperous shops that belonged to Royal Prince Yang, and Wisdom Jade Pavilion was one of those shops. The quality of the jade there was superb and the carvings on the jades were extremely intricate. Each jade produced and sold by the shop could be considered to be a valuable piece of art. It was rumored that they spent a huge sum of money to hire a master jade carver. Every work produced by the master jade carver was worth a considerable value. Auntie, you only asked me for a place that produced quality jade, but you didn't ask me if the shop belonged to me. You should check out the jade there. I'll give you discounts if you find something you like. Zhu Junyang did not tell her that the jades would be free because he knew that if he offered it for free, then Lady Fang would never take a step in Wisdom Jade Pavilion in the future. She would do that to avoid suspicion, especially since he was going to become Xiaoshao's future husband. Zhu Junyang paused for a moment before he continued, if you can't find anything you like in Wisdom Jade Pavilion, then you should check out Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion received a new batch of Western goods in the previous year. Among those goods, there is a grandfather clock that is of good quality. It would chime every hour, and when it chimes, a bird would pop out and start chirping. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, Lin wants to go with you guys tomorrow to see the chiming grandfather clock. Fang Haolan was still playing with the frog, but he didn't forget to make sure that they didn't forget his existence by chiming in their conversation. Okay, brother-in-law will deliver one to your house. Zhu Junyang stroked the little lad's braids as he said softly. How much do you hate third young master Zhou Ah? Yu Xiaosao asked indifferently as she stifled her laughter. Zhu Junyang raised his eyebrows and asked in a puzzled manner, why would you say that? It should be a happy day for the couple since they're getting married, yet you're giving them a clock instead. Yu Xiaosao could no longer hold back her laughter as she burst out laughing. Giving them a clock, paying his respects to the dead. Zhu Junyang pondered over it and immediately understood what the little lass meant. The meaning behind the gift was not auspicious. Lin, if you like the chiming grandfather clock, then you should ask your sister to buy it for you. She doesn't lack money. Zhu Junyang quickly said. He didn't care whether or not they would give the grandfather clock to third young Master Zhou as a wedding gift. He didn't want to offend his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Yeah, my sister is very good at making money. My sister can make more money in a month than our family in a year. Fang Haolin nodded his head earnestly as he recalled the words that his parents had lamented in the past. You little brat. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her hand and gently tapped the little lad's forehead. Fang Haolin's covered his forehead with his chubby little hand and moved to Zhu Junyang's side. He wanted some sympathy as he pitifully said, Brother-in-law, my sister beat me up. You need to get revenge for me. It seems like you're getting more and more daring. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her heartless brother. She decided to cancel his afternoon snack. Zhu Junyang hugged the little lad's chubby body as he patiently instructed him. You need to remember this lesson clearly. You can only dote on your wife. She can hit you, but you can't lay a finger on her. If your wife beats you, it means that you didn't perform your husbandly duty well enough. You have to correct your mistakes until she's happy, do you understand? Fang Haolin looked confused as he looked up at him. How could a 3-year-old child understand his words? Zhu Junyang said this mostly for his future mother-in-law and wife to hear. Lady Fang's teeth ached when she heard his sappy speech. She pulled her son over, put some warm clothes on him, and handed him over to the wet nurse standing to the side. She smiled and said, Since the two of you have some official business to discuss, I will take Linner to the main courtyard first. Junyang, you should stay for lunch. You can ask Xiaoxiao to make something you like. Linlin wants to eat cream puffs. Fang Haolin was unwilling to leave her sister. He immediately reached out his claws. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue at him and snorted, You a little traitor. There's no cream puffs, cakes, or biscuits for you today. Older sister is the best. Sister is the prettiest. You're the most amazing sister in the world. Fang Haolin threw himself into her embrace. Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden action. She quickly put away the needles she was holding in her hand and patted the little lad's chubby bottom. That was too dangerous. If the knitting needle had accidentally stabbed the little lad's face or eyes, then the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lady Fang broke into a cold sweat. She glared at the stunned wet nurse standing to the side and rebuked her son harshly. In the future, when someone has something in their hands, then you are not allowed to throw yourself into their arms. What if that needle has accidentally poked you? I'm not afraid because older sister has a lot of medicine. Fang Haolin grew up drinking Xiaoxiao's medicine concoction. He stared at Xiaoxiao with his big round eyes and seemed to be a little confused. Yu Xiaoxiao had a solemn expression on her face. It's no excuse to be careless just because I have medicine. Did it hurt when your hand was cut by a knife last time? Your wounds would still hurt if you get punctured by a needle, even if you have medicine. In a more serious case, if you were blinded by a poisonous needle, then you will never be able to see me or your parents anymore. Do you know what's wrong now? When he heard that he might never be able to see his sister and parents again, Fang Haolin immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He cried out, I don't want to never be able to see my sister again. Linlin still wants to be able to see my parents. Wah wah wah. Linlin knows that Linlin is in the wrong. I will never do that again. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as the little lad cried so much that his face flushed red. She felt distressed for him, so she embraced him in her arms and comforted him softly. Linlin, be obedient and stop crying. As long as you know that you were wrong and learn from your mistake, then you'll still be a good boy. Then, she took this opportunity to tell the little lad a few cautionary children's fairy tales. The little lad listened to the fairy tales with great interest and soon forgot about crying. Seeing that the little lad was lively and full of energy again, Lady Fang hurriedly asked the wet nurse to take him away. Didn't you see how restless and helpless Royal Prince Jun looked by the sideline? They should stop acting like bad guys and leave the two for a chance to be alone. Tell me, what important matter did you come across that made you come running here instead of staying at home and resting? Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the knitting needle again and skillfully started to knit again. Zhu Junyang took off his shoes, climbed on the Kong bed, and sat cross-legged next to Xiaoxiao. His little lass was lazily leaning on the pillow while she sewed. He wanted to pull her into his embrace, but the maidservants were staring at them with bright eyes. He was in his future-in-law's house, and he didn't dare to act too rash since he wanted to leave a favorable impression of himself to his future in-laws. The gloves that Xiao Xiao was sewing were slowly taking shape. He smiled at her and said, "Is there anything more important than accompanying my future wife? I was afraid that you missed me, so I came here to ease your lovesickness." "You're being insincere." She never expected that the cold-hearted, apathetic, and cruel royal Prince Yang would act like a rogue. Zhu Junyang leaned toward her ear, blew softly toward her ear, and whispered, "Not only do I have a glib tongue, but I also have a skillful mouth. Would you like to experience it?" Scram! Yu Xiaoxiao pushed away his handsome face that was inching towards her. His charming face was squished into a deformed shape under the palm of her hand, turning his handsome face into an ugly face. "Okay, let's talk about important matters." Thanks to Chief Steward Su praising and flattering us around the Emperor's side, he was very pleased with our assignment. "I've heard that the Emperor shifted our vacation to an earlier date as a reward. I suppose we will be able to go on vacation once the matter with the horse farm is settled." Zhu Junyang pulled off the tender and fair little hand that was covering his face. He fiddled her small hand in his palm. Wadung, who had just entered the room to arrange the plum flower in the vase, remained calm when she caught sight of the couple's intimate actions. "Oh right, the Emperor asked us to write a proposal for the horse farm exhibition. Once we're done writing the proposal, we will be handing it over to the Imperial Horse Supervisor to be implemented." Zhu Junyang was already in charge of managing the Qishan barracks, so he didn't have the spare time to personally manage the matter related to the horse farm located beyond the borders. It was beneficial for him to split this task with her because he already had too much power in the court and some people were already eyeing him warily. However, he was a little worried about his little lass because by passing this task to her, she would be making the biggest contribution to this assignment. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she stopped knitting the gloves. She looked up at Zhu Junyang and saw that the expression on his face was the same as usual. She pursed her lips and asked cautiously, "Is the Emperor trying to divide the power in your possession? Is it because you have performed overwhelmingly well in the past 2 years and caused the Emperor's suspicion to rise?" Zhu Junyang didn't expect that his little lass would directly ask him about this matter, and she even took a step farther by realizing the scheme behind it. He smiled at her and tried to appease her. "It's not as serious as you have described. The main reason is that I control the barracks in charge of the capital's safety. If I also take charge of the horse farm, then it will definitely earn some criticism from the ministers of the court. Besides, I also have to manage the Qishan barracks. I already don't have enough time to accompany you because of my duty, so if I shoulder more responsibility, then I would barely have any time to accompany you. I'm afraid that you, like a fish swimming back in the water, would forget about me if I stay away for too long. Are you sure that the Emperor really doesn't suspect you?" Seeing how Zhu Junyang had nodded his head solemnly, Xiao Xiao lowered her head and started knitting again. As long as the ultimate boss in this world didn't harbor any suspicions, then she was fine with distributing their powers. Besides, telling other people that they raised horses as a job didn't sound like a good job. However, the Emperor still wants you to help prepare the potions that will help with the horse's growth and reproduction. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't hold back by asking, "Little lass, does the Emperor know your secret?" "The Emperor is so clever and wise, sly like a fox. How can I ever keep a secret from him?" Yu Xiaoxiao replied dispiritedly. "Moreover, he knew more of my secret than you. He even knew about the secret of my transmigration. Alas, he got a hold of my weakness. She deserved to be a servant to him for a lifetime." The expression on Zhu Junyang's face turned serious. It was natural that a person's talent would arouse the envy of others. What should he do if the Emperor suddenly became interested in the little lass's secret and wanted to kill her to rob her treasure? No, he mustn't let that happen. He needed to work harder so that if the Emperor ever wanted to touch his little lass, he would have to consider his position before doing that. Once he possessed that much power, then he would be able to protect his little lass properly. "Don't worry about me. The Emperor knows that little glutinous dumpling's life and mine are connected. If I die, then little glutinous dumpling will also disappear from this world. He can't hurt me and he must always guarantee my safety. After all, if the Emperor wants to become a good ruler, then he will have to rely on my farming skills." Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that Zhu Junyang might do something inappropriate, so she quickly explained the relationship between her and the little divine stone. Zhu Junyang was relieved after hearing Xiaoxiao's explanation. It turned out it was not because the emperor didn't want to steal the treasure from her, but it was because he couldn't. The little lass was correct. In this case, as long as the treasure was in her hands, then the emperor would need to rely on Xiaoxiao's ability to provide peace, prosperity, and ample food and clothing for the nation. Xiaoxiao's safety was related to this country's welfare and people's livelihood. As long as the emperor didn't have any desire to hurt the little lass, there would only be a few people in this world who could hurt her. Zhu Junyang was fully confident that he would be able to provide a safe and quiet haven for his little lass with his own ability. He would take care of everything and guard her for the rest of his life. Zhu Junyang loitered around the Fang family until they were all fed up with him. He finally left reluctantly at nightfall. But before he left, he made an appointment with the little lass to pick her up the next day to shop together with Lady Fang. It stopped snowing the next day and the sky was filled with brilliant rays of sunlight. The snow on the streets had been swept away by the residents of the area. The snow was neatly piled up on both sides of the road. There were even a few eye-catching snowmen of various shapes piled in front of some shops. It was now the 12th month of the lunar year, and the capital was shrouded in the cold wind. As a result, there were barely any pedestrians on the streets. Xiaoxiao carried Fang Haolan's chubby little body onto the custom carriage and sat down. The carriage was gifted to her by Zhu Junyang. There was a separate compartment below the carriage that had anthracite burning inside. The four walls of the carriage were built with similar fireproof linked to the compartment below the carriage. Once they entered the carriage, it was like they had entered a warmly heated room. It was a luxurious and extravagant carriage. However, Zhu Junyang had worked hard to make sure that his little lass would stay comfortable when going outside. The carriage was very spacious. Even though Xiaoxiao, Lady Fang, and Fang Haolan, as well as two servants were in the carriage, there was still more than enough space left. Wudong and Linglong were able to bask in their master's glory and sit in a warm carriage on such a cold day like this. They were able to see the pedestrians shivering outside in the cold when they lifted up the curtain of the carriage. It must be said that the maids from wealthy and influential families lived more comfortably than ordinary people. This was especially true for them since they had such a kind and easy-to-serve master. It was a blessing from their previous life to be able to serve someone like their master. Besides the bodyguards from the Fang family outside the carriage, Royal Prince Yang was also present. He was wearing a thick black coat made from a fox. The grave and stern expression on his handsome face contrasted beautifully against his dark clothing, making him appear more charming than usual. Hu Xiaoliang was Zhu Junyang's personal guard, so he naturally stayed by his side at all times. He shrank his neck and from time to time, he would look back at the carriage, hoping to catch a glimpse of the woman he yearned for day and night. Why is Imperial Bodyguard Hu acting so silly? What is he trying to do? Lady Fang glanced outside the carriage and didn't notice the unnatural expression on Wudong's face. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wudong. Wudong had become more steady and capable over the years. She was also 2 years older than the body Xiaoxiao possessed, so it was time to start thinking about arranging a marriage for her soon. She originally planned on keeping Pippa and Wudong by her side, grooming them to become her left and right arms. However, it seemed like her plan would have to change. What else could he be doing? He's taken a fancy to some beauty. Yu Xiaoxiao lazily replied. Her right-hand assistant that she had trained was stolen. It was the same as having all the vegetables she worked hard to grow stolen just when she could harvest them. That feeling of loss, Miss. Wudong twisted her body with shyness, and her face flushed red. Hu Xiaoliang recently came to her side whether something was happening or not. Yesterday in the plum tree grove, he acted very courteously. She was aware of his fondness for her. However, due to Hu Xiaoliang's lively temperament and playful grin, it made him seem unreliable. Furthermore, the people around Royal Prince Yang would have a good future as long as they had the ability. She was just a little maid and her appearance was only slightly above average. Maybe right now he was just looking for something new, but who knew if he would end up regretting today's decision in the future. Wudong was a person who thought twice before she acted, and the more a person thinks, the more they'll have to worry about. At least for the moment, She hadn't accepted the guy. From Wudung's perspective, there was nothing better than to be allocated as a competent subordinate under her master and remain at the young Mrs.'s side to serve her and the future little master. That was the greatest blessing to her. As for being an official wife of an official, she dared not have such greedy thoughts. After all, not all men were as unchanging as Prince Yong. Miss, please allow me to stay and serve by your side. Please don't give me to someone else, okay? Wudung held back the ache in her heart, pleading, with a pitiful tone as if worried that she would be abandoned in the next second. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her in surprise and said, have you thought it over? Hu Xiaoliang's character isn't bad. Don't think that his temperament is just energetic. Every time he has a task, he does a very good job. In the future, even if he doesn't join the army, he will still have a bright future in the Yamen. I was just thinking about letting him hang around for a couple of years. When you're old enough, I will return your citizenship and let you go be an official's wife. Lady Fang glanced at Hu Xiaoliang's figure, which was moving towards the side of the carriage from time to time, through the gap between the curtains from the carriage. She smiled and said, your young miss is correct. When the opportunity comes, you have to catch it yourself. Imperial bodyguard who seems to be a good person. As the sayings go, the type of master will determine the type of servant. He doesn't look like a man with a lot of ulterior motives. Wudung lowered her head and unsurely whispered, but, my status as a servant is too far from his. He can clearly choose someone from a suitable family or someone who can help in his future developments. I'm afraid he'll regret the decision he made today. Yu Xiaoxiao gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, you usually hide everything in your heart, so it's easy to complicate things. Take me and Royal Prince Yong for example. In the beginning, I was just an ordinary little peasant girl, and he was a high-ranking royal prince, holding an important position. According to what you said, he could have just found a young lady from a high-ranking official's family, or a girl from a neutral family of an official, who would have been helpful to his future, couldn't he? Quote, I will fight for my future myself. What ability do I have if I rely on my in-laws? Am I a coward that relies on others to help so I can climb up? Zhu Junyang's hearing was quite good and he heard the lass, who was in the carriage, talking about Wudung and Hu Xiaoliang's matter. Hearing that he was being brought up, he quickly refuted. He didn't forget to glare at his bodyguard, you can't even get a woman, useless. It's none of your business. Don't butt in. Yu Xiaoxiao opened the curtains and made a face at him, but choked on the cold wind outside and coughed. Quickly put down the curtains and put on the fox fur cloak. Be careful about catching a cold. Zhu Junyang saw this and wished he could get into the carriage to wrap the little lass into a cocoon. This lass couldn't stop making him worry, opening the carriage curtains while wearing a thin jacket. How cold it was outside, did she want to freeze? Xiaoxiao coughed a few times and drank the hot tea that Wudung handed over. She made a sound at the person outside and half-heartedly said, I know. Caretaker. In actuality, her heart said, it's so warm in the carriage, why would I wear a cloak, and be overheated? See, a man with the ability will have his own pride. We won't be satisfied by those good-looking young men who depend on their in-laws' families. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't forget to continue to straighten out her servant girl's anxiety. Wudung thought about and shook her head gently, Miss has great potential. The Emperor values your ability to cultivate high-yield seeds and your ability to make a profit. You're like a golden doll, but this servant is an ordinary girl. I don't have any skills in literature or martial arts, what good am I? A chilly voice came from outside, Maid, your words are unreasonable. It's as if I liked your young lady only because of her ability to earn money and farm. That wasn't what this servant meant. Wudung hurriedly explained. What this servant meant is that the miss is outstanding and thus is naturally loved by others. I'm too ordinary and common. Silly girl, why belittle yourself? Every girl is a beautiful angel. When she is willing to break her wings for a man, for love, and stay in the mortal world, and that man doesn't treasure it, then we should take care of our wings and resolutely fly away from him and soar into our own world. Don't avoid giving your heart because you're afraid of meeting a scumbag. No matter what the results may be, I will always be your strong support. Yu Xiaoxiao gently embraced Wudung and let her lean on her shoulder. At this moment, Wudung's uneasy heart settled down in the thin and weak arms of her master. What the young miss said was right. She should go for a bold attempt and she might be able to harvest her own happiness. Even if the result left her in pain, at least there was a warm hug that was always open to her, unconditionally accepting her. Thank you, miss. Wudong's nose tingled and her eyes were warm. She was afraid of getting her master's clothes wet, so she hurriedly brought out a small handkerchief and dabbed her eyes. Silly girl, it's only those of you who are closest to me that feel I'm so good. In fact, I know that in the eyes of those old fogies, my words and deeds are different, and can even be called a woman usurping man's power. When I chose to control my own life, I was fully prepared. If I didn't meet a person who understood, tolerated me, and supported me, I'd rather be single my entire life. I will try my best to earn a lot of money. In the future, whoever among my brothers and my younger brother's children is willing to support me, then I will give all the wealth I have accumulated in a lifetime to him or her in 100 years. Quote, when Yu Xiaoxiao first transmigrated over, she really had this idea. After all, men in ancient times were male chauvinists and regarded women as vassals. How could she accept this as a modern person who had lived for 30 years in the 21st century? Talking about Wudong, you're the silly girl. Lady Fang poked her forehead and scolded her while laughing. In heart, she was thankful. Fortunately, Royal Prince Yang appeared in my goddaughter's life. Otherwise, she would really worry that her goddaughter would be alone for life, as she had said. Older sister, Linlin is willing to support you when you are old. Don't worry. Fang Haolin, who was napping in his mother's arms, came out to alert them he was still there. Little Linner, go to the sidelines. Do you think I, your brother-in-law, is dead? Ah. Supporting the lass when she's old, it's not your turn yet. Zhu Junyang's voice came in from outside the window. The cold that seeped in through the gaps of the carriage seemed to have deepened suddenly, which made people feel chillier. Fang Haolin was unconvinced and said, you're older than my older sister. When that time comes, you're gonna be so old that you can't walk, so how can you support my sister? Zhu Junyang almost choked half to death by his reply and had to remind himself not to get on the same level as a kid under 4 years old. To a certain someone on the carriage, he said, you, don't think about it. Keep your wealth for my children. Not only yours but my shops too will be taken care of by you when you marry over. At that time, when you get busy, you won't have time to think about such things. Lady Fang couldn't continue listening. Wasn't this man too good at beating the snake with a stick? Where the wedding will be held hadn't even been decided yet, and he wanted to leave the property for the children already. Then, she looked at her goddaughter, who didn't have a hint of shyness on her. The lass was still foolishly laughing. As her godmother, she needed to teach more, so Royal Prince Yang wouldn't lead her astray. Madam, we've arrived at the Wisdom Jade Pavilion. The carriage came to a stop. The 2 servant girls inside quickly put on their thick clothes and hopped out of the carriage first to help their masters get off the carriage. Zhu Junyang got off his horse and went straight to the carriage, squeezing Wudong aside. When Yu Xiaoxiao came out, she saw a handsome face that was as stunning as the spring blossoms waiting for her outside of the carriage. She hid a smile and turned around and picked up little Linlin and put him into his hands. She then went to take Wudong's hands and leisurely got off the carriage. Zhu Junyang reluctantly took the chubby child given to him by force and wrapped him up in his little cloak. He adjusted his position so he could sit on his left arm and his right hand went to support the lass when she got off the carriage. Brother-in-law, why can your son support older sister when she's old but I can't? Fang Haolin was still thinking about the problem in the carriage. Zhu Junyang pinched his chubby cheeks and said with a smile, you only need to take care of your parents when they are old. Your older sister will naturally be taken care of by her children. It's a natural thing for children to take care of their parents when they are old. Only those elderly people who have no children are taken care of by their younger brother. You don't want your sister to be like that, right? It's pitiful to not have any children. Will my sister be provided for by her children? Mother, when Linlin grows up, I will support you. The little guy nodded his head and grinned sweetly at the lady who got out of the carriage. That little figure was as good as can be. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over and stood on her tippy toes with a greedy look. She held the little guy's face and mercilessly kissed it. Our little Linlin is so precious. With a touch of emotion in her eyes and a happy smile on her face, Lady Fang said, your godfather and I are not the kind of people who can say sweet words. I don't know who this little guy is like to have such a sweet mouth. Like older sister. From a young age, Fang Howlin listened to his own father, who spoiled his goddaughter immeasurably. His father, when in front of his mother, always talked about how good his sister was, how capable she was, and how filial she was. In his young mind, the seeds of older sister is the most capable, older sister is the best, and wants to be like older sister, were subconsciously planted. So, when his mother sighed and asked who he was like, he blurted out his thoughts. When the adults laughed in good faith, the little guy looked foolishly at his mother, brother-in-law, and older sister, blinked his large eyes a few times, and asked strangely, "What are you laughing at? Where are older sister's children? What if they don't behave and don't take care of older sister? Quote, if they dare to do so, I will beat these unfilial sons to death." Zhu Junyang glowered angrily as if the children that weren't there were right in front of him. "Brother-in-law, I'll help beat them for you." Fang Howlin smiled flatteringly at Zhu Junyang, with the appearance of a dog that couldn't be directly looked at. "Are you guys done?" Yu Xiaosao gave a hard glare at the guy who caused this topic to be brought up and helped her godmother into the Wisdom Jade Pavilion, leaving only the view of the back for small and big men behind her. Fang Howlin stared with big eyes, looking innocently at Zhu Junyang and whispered, "My older sister seems to be angry. What should I do? Then, I won't hit her sons." Quote, "Yes, your sister loves her son." Zhu Junyang solemnly talked nonsense. "But, where is older sister's son? When did older sister have children? When you went to the border? How come you didn't bring her children back? Did you leave them at the stud farm with the foals?" Fang Howlin, this kid, had opened up the 100,000 Y mode. Zhu Junyang carried him into the shop and nodded at the shopkeeper who greeted him graciously. He followed behind the pair of godmother and goddaughter and entered the private room in the shop. He didn't forget to continue to brainwash little Linlin, "Your older sister's child hasn't been born yet. You have to wait until your older sister marries me before there can be a baby. If you want to see them early, let your older sister marry me as soon as possible." Quote, "But, my father said that all the people who try to steal my older sister from me are bad guys." Fang Howlin wrinkled his little face and miserably said. Zhu Junyang pinched the little guy's chubby face and continued the ruse, "How can brother-in-law be a bad guy? I love you so much that I always bring you something fun every time. If you think about it, when your sister marries your brother-in-law, we will be a family. The fun stuff in brother-in-law's treasure pavilion, you can take whatever you want, whenever you want. Just like taking your own stuff at home. Not only do you not lose your older sister's love, but you also have a brother-in-law who loves you. How profitable is that?" Quote, "Zhu Jun Yang, that's enough. Don't teach children bad things. If you continue speaking about those things that haven't happened, then don't come to propose marriage at the New Year's." Yu Xiaosao saw that this guy was getting more and more outrageous, and he was leading little Linlin askew, so he had to be stopped. The shopkeeper, who personally made a pot of good tea, heard this and had an expression of unbelief on his face. "This miss is so bold. There's actually someone who dares to yell at my master. What is even more unbelievable is that my master has no intention of getting angry, and still has a smiling face while coaxing the miss to be happy." It was said that the master had taken a fancy to a girl from a peasant family. It was reasonable to say that this girl from a low background should be grateful, courteous, and hold the master's heart. Yet the girl in front of him had an impatient look on her face, repeatedly pushed away the master, and had rolled her eyes at him from time to time. Could it be, this girl was not the peasant girl, and the master had a crush on someone else? He looked at the demeanor of the noble matron beside the girl, and the movement of the two servant girls. They didn't seem to have come out of a small family. It must be that his master was looking for something new and the novelness has passed. Thus, naturally, he still felt that the temperament of noble girls in the capital was more suitable for him. However, it seemed that his cold-hearted master really spared no effort to coax the little girl. Unexpectedly, he pulled down his self-esteem to be nice to her when she was having none of it. This girl was quite suitable for the master. It was really hard to find noble girls in the capital that weren't afraid of the master. She was the only one who dared to stand up to his master. After the shopkeeper came in, Zhu Junyang immediately put up airs and played the role of Royal Prince Yang. How much jade material arrived a few days ago, and how many are opened? Are there any of them that can be regarded as fine quality? Bring it out for Lady Fang and Miss Yu to have a look. Quote, little Linlin will have a look too. Fang Haolin murmured in a low voice, showing his presence. All right, show little Linlin, too. Choose whichever one you like, and your brother-in-law will give it to you. Zhu Junyang found Fang Haolin more and more interesting. When will he be able to have such a lovely baby? Alas, it was a pity that the mother of his future son was still angry with him. If he didn't coax her well, it was still unknown whether or not he would be able to marry the little girl in 2 years. Lady Fang adjusted her expression and asked the wet nurse to take her son. In a low voice, she scolded, Linner, what did mother tell you? When the adults talk, the children shouldn't interrupt. If there's something that can't be said, wait until the adults finish talking to say it. Oh, Linlin is wrong. Fang Haolin, this small kid, obediently sat well in the chair with his small hands on his knee, with a look of, Linlin is a good baby. Yu Xiaosao wanted to knead the little one into her arms and kiss his little face. How could little Linlin be this cute? Answering master, 1/5 of that batch of material has been opened. There are 2 pieces that are pretty good. One was ordered by Imperial Prince Duan, and it was said to be carved into a white jade guanyin for his princess consort. The other one was a smaller piece of suet jade, which was ordered by Lady Yu, and it was in the style of a hairpin. It was said to be given to Miss Yu for her hairpin ceremony. The jade from Wisdom Jade Pavilion was always very popular. Every time new material came in and the jade was unearthed from the raw ore, it was very quickly reserved by a customer. Thus, when Zhu Junyang asked him whether there were any good raw jade around, the shopkeeper felt quite embarrassed. Who would have known that the master would suddenly want to use jade to gain favor from his future mother-in-law? In that case, the rest of the material should be opened as soon as possible. If you have a good quality product, reserve it for me. Zhu Junyang frowned. It seemed like he was going to have to disappoint his wife and future mother-in-law. It was because he didn't plan properly. In the future, when there was good material, he must reserve it for the people close to him. It's said that all the white and creamy jades are cut from stones, aren't they? How can jade be in the middle of a stone? How strange. At this time, jadeite jewelry was not as common as nephrite jade, and most of the jade materials were raw materials transported back from Xinjiang. Zhu Junyang saw that the lass was curious about the jade stones and was no longer angry at him. He eagerly said, Lass, do you want to see what raw jade material looks like? Shopkeeper Zhang, do you have jade stone materials in the shop now? Shopkeeper Zhang quickly replied, the materials are all in the warehouse behind us. If Miss Yu wants to see it, I'll let someone carry some of them over right away. Considering that some of the materials weighed more than 100 caddies, shopkeeper Zhang wiped the invisible sweat off of his forehead. In order to help the master please the little girl, he needed to work the staff in the shop hard. Don't bother, I'll go take a look at the warehouse. Yu Xiaosao stood up and looked in Zhu Junyang's direction, implying that he should speak soon. They shouldn't make everyone busy because of her whims. Zhu Junyang nodded to shopkeeper Zhang, indicating that he should listen to Miss Yu. Finally, the little girl wasn't mad at him anymore. He had to perform well and let the little lass, who was puffed up, to be less angry. Just now, he was impulsive. After all, the girl's godmother was still there. Didn't he say he wanted to increase his mother-in-law's good feelings towards him? Would Lady Fang feel that he was frivolous and disrespectful to the lass? Lady Fang was in the warm private room, drinking mellow tea and eating delicious snacks. Oh, the taste was very familiar. It seemed that the business of the Wisdom Jade Pavilion was really good. All the snacks for guests were ordered from Yu's pastry shop. It should be known that the snack shops under her goddaughter's name were full of customers every day. Like the ones ordered out by Wisdom Jade Pavilion cost quite a large sum of money. They couldn't be bought in the store. They could only be reserved, and it was a limited reservation. If people came late, they could only go home disappointed. The little kid, Fang Haolin, who had delicious food, immediately put his sister and his so-called brother-in-law aside. In his eyes, there were only delicious cakes and puffs. Delicious food. However, it was not as good as his older sister's personally made food. Older sister said she would make delicious snacks for him when she was free. He was looking forward to it. Zhu Junyang accompanied Xiaoxiao to the storeroom, and the loyal Wudong closely followed. The young miss was older and she had more worries. She couldn't let her young lady lose her reputation and honor at the hands of royal Prince Yang. Seeing Wudong follow them out the door, Hu Xiaoliang, who was enjoying the snacks, immediately stood up. He was the bodyguard of the master, and he had to accompany him at any time. However, what were you trying to do by getting so close to someone else's maid? The light in the storeroom was rather dim. Shopkeeper Zhang asked the guard in charge of the warehouse to light all the oil lamps inside, and before letting the master enter. Xiaoxiao set a foot over the threshold of the warehouse and saw the collection of large and small stones inside. Some were as big as eggs, while others were so big 2 people wouldn't have been able to lift them. Some of them are round in shape, showing white jade flesh, while others had edges and corners, with only rough stone skin. There's spiritual energy in the jade stone. The little divine stone jumped out of Yu Xiaoxiao's wide sleeves in the form of a cat. His fur was shining in the candlelight, scaring manager Zhang. The little divine stone walked through the raw materials with haughty and arrogant steps. Xiaoxiao followed behind the golden cat. Concerning matters with spiritual energy, the little divine stone was always sensitive. At the time, it was able to sense the small amounts of spiritual energy within spring water that came from the deep mountains and use it to further its cultivation. Thus, perceiving the energy within jade material that took 10,000 years to form after being baptized in pure snow water was a snap for it. End of chapter 610. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.